that our guest of honor to take the seat of honor reserved. This is Professor Mbai. I've seen him within the campus. So may I ask the ushers to draw attention to our guest of honor to join us so that we can begin with a word of prayer which will be performed by the Dean of Students, Reverend Dr. Augustine Mugambi, who is duly positioned and ready to conduct that sacred event. Then we shall have introduction remarks from the DVC academics, research, and students' life. Dr. Gregory Nzao. And then we shall proceed on to listen to the keynote address by Professor Justus Mbai. So we shall have that session and we shall make it as interactive as possible. And it hopefully will be about 15 minutes. Then we shall break for tea at 10 for 20 minutes. And we'd really urge that we be very time conscious. So the moment we break, we shall indicate by 10:20 we be seated. Kindly, there is a moral autonomy, the ethics of moral autonomy. So we urge you to exercise that ethics, that you are self-driven and you are very time conscious, as Immanuel Kant modeled. You know, people could tell time in his town, Königsberg, by where Kant was. Welcome, our guest of honor, Professor Mbai. We invite you, Prof, to take your seat. And we ask as well to be accompanied by our DVC academics. Thank you, Prof. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you in our midst. Thank you, our DVC. Well then, may I call the Dean of Students, Reverend Dr. Augustine Mugambi, to lead us with an opening prayer. Dean of Students.
Let us all rise for a word of prayer. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Loving and eternal God, source of all wisdom and truth, we gather before you today in gratitude for this gift of reason, for the hunger to understand, for the courage to question and to seek meaning and understanding. We ask you, loving Father, to bless this dedicated day to you with love and wisdom. Open our minds to see beyond, to discern what is true, good and justice. May our dialogue be marked by humility before the mystery of truth. As we explore the great questions of existence about life, freedom, justice, and destiny, may your Spirit guide us towards that wisdom which leads not only knowledge, but to love and to serve humanity. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you for the word of prayer. Next on the agenda, may I now invite the DVC academics, Reverend Dr. Gregory Nzao, to make the introductory remarks for today's event. Father Greg.
Good morning, esteemed guests, faculty members, students, the presenters, and our viewers who are also following us online. I welcome you all to Consolata International University, CIU, the Kenya's newest beacon of academic excellence. Its commitment to rigorous research and the cultivation of intellectual curiosity has earned it a distinguished reputation among institutions of higher learning. This university not only advances academic achievement, but also shapes leaders who make meaningful contribution to society. Its dedication to academic integrity and pursuit of excellence ensures that it remains a pillar of inspiration for generations to come. Today, we gather to celebrate the World Philosophy Day, a day dedicated to exploring the fundamental questions of human existence. The theme we have chosen as a university is the human condition in crisis, philosophical reflections on the meaning of life and contemporary challenges. This theme invites us to reflect on the complexities and mysteries of human life. As we stand at the crossroads of knowledge and inquiry, we are reminded that philosophy is not merely an academic discipline, but a way of life. It challenges us to question, to seek, and to understand ourselves and the world around us. The human condition, as we shall see, encompasses our experiences, emotions, and relationships. It is marked by both beauty and suffering, joy and sorrow, knowledge and uncertainty. Through philosophical inquiry, we can gain deeper insights into these dualities and develop a more refined understanding of what it means to be human. Over the next few hours, we will engage in discussion, debates, and reflections on the human condition. We will explore numerous perspectives from ancient wisdom to contemporary thought, and examine how philosophy can inform our lives and shape our futures. Let us therefore embark on this intellectual journey with the curiosity, openness, and a willingness to question. May our discussions be enlightening, our debates be respectful, and our reflections be profound. Thank you, and let the philosophical conversation begin.
Thank you very much, our DVC academics. Let's give him an applause of applause. Very well. So he has just indicated the philosophical conversation should begin. Philosophers are people of dialogue about ideas, about issues, and today it is dialogue on the human condition, which is in crisis. So today, the mover of this dialogue and the many series of dialogues that we shall have, the principal mover is Professor Justus Mbae, who serves presently as a Dean, School of Philosophy, here at Consolata International University. Professor Mbae is the former Vice Chancellor at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. He has been a lecturer at various institutions of higher learning, including, but not least, Kenyatta University, Egerton University, and USIU, United States International University, here in Kenya. I have therefore the pleasure to invite Professor Mbae to give us that principal move to the commencement of our dialogue today. the keynote address, Professor Justus Bai, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, MC, and thank you, DVC, for the introduction. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to share and make a keynote presentation on the human condition in I have 9 slides which will form the basis of this presentation. In the time that is allocated to me, I hope to engage you in the exploration of some dimensions of the human condition from a philosophical perspective. It is true that we are in crisis. We live in crisis. But we also need to know what that crisis is all about. So, going to, can we? We can take an overview of global crisis and abnormal becoming normal. What that means is, if you look about 100 years back or 50 years back, you will see that some things that happen today could not have happened that long ago. It was abnormal. But today, what was abnormal then seems to be the new normal. So in the case of, even today, if you look, as I was writing this paper, I looked to see who is at war at the moment. And I found Russia and Ukraine. I found Israel and, and I found DRC, Congo. And in Africa, many countries. Everywhere in the world, there are many wars going on. There are many conflicts going on. There are pandemics going on. And in many ways, these things affect, obviously, the human condition. But even though these things are happening, people seem to have kind of gotten used to it. They seem to have gotten used to it, and they don't see anything really big. So, for example, we don't anymore hear about the news of what is happening in the conflict zones, because it has become old news. It's nothing new. That's where the abnormal becomes the new normal. And what is philosophy's role? The role of philosophy in understanding and guiding responses to crisis. The thing is that humanity confronts crisis. But you see, how we confront that crisis or those crises need to be guided somehow. Because if it is not, it can produce negative results. Because what we need in crisis is to develop resilience and to find a kind of way for the future and find hope for the future. So philosophy's role in a crisis is to give us a direction for the future and a hope. And that philosophy can do very well. It does very well. It is true that philosophy is not the only discipline that has been interested for a very long time, has been interested in studying a human condition. As a matter of fact, disciplines like psychology, literature, arts, religion, they have all, in one way or another, been very much interested in the human condition. The only thing is, in all this interest that has been shown, whether it is from the philosophers themselves or interdisciplinary, scholars, there has been very little agreement on what really is meant by the human condition. So there's been a lack of consensus on defining and agreeing on what we really mean by human condition. Part of it is to explore human condition, search for meaning, as well as examine the contemporary challenges that we now, encounter. Brian? Yes. Slide 2, Brian. I think we are finished with this. COVID-19. All right, now, it's very interesting and it's good that we have actually something we can refer to quickly and say at least that was a crisis. So COVID-19 is a good example. And one of the things that happens is that crisis, very often, when we are going through a crisis, it gives us opportunities as well. And actually, if you look around, you will know that there have been, of course, there were many disadvantages of COVID. Many people died and many people were affected and so on. But there were also some very good things that came out of COVID. I don't want to go into details. But in the academic situation, for example, this virtual learning, online learning, meetings, conferences, and things, even as we sit here right now, people are listening to us, people are watching us, they are listening to what we are saying. Part of that was really something that came from a bad thing, crisis of COVID. So what happened during the COVID time was that a lot of people died, but in a very few weeks, only a few weeks after it had started, people were grounded. Human beings were grounded. They couldn't move, they couldn't go to work, they couldn't visit friends, they couldn't go to games. And so there was inactivity. But because they had a lot of time in their hands and nothing to do because they couldn't do it, people resorted to reflection, thinking. They started thinking. Some for the first time, thinking, what is this life about? What are we going through? What kind of experience is this? What does life mean? And what is death? And so on and so forth. And in as long as they were doing that, they actually were involved in philosophical reflection. So COVID, the crisis of COVID, gave people the opportunity to think seriously through their life and events and experiences that affect them. There is, I know that some philosophers and some people, scholars, have used the terms nature and human condition, human nature and human condition, and they have used them interchangeably, as if they meant one and the same thing. Truth is, they are very closely related, but they do not mean the same thing. And as Arendt, 1958, she wrote a book, this German philosopher and German-American philosopher, very much interested in political, philosophy, wrote a book in 1958 entitled The Human Condition. And she says in that book that, in fact, even though the two are related, nature is only a very small component of the human condition. So it is not exactly the same. And I'm thinking, for example, say, like, okay, I'm in a suit at the moment. It consists of a pant, of course, and the rest of it. But it would be a mistake if someone took the trousers and said, this is the suit. Because, it is true. The suit is part of it. The trousers is part of it. But it is not what the total thing is. So the pants is not the suit. And therefore, in that connection, you can see how nature, human nature, is different, is not the same as the human condition. Let me just illustrate that a little bit. In Aristotle tells us about the human nature. So who is a human being? We are animals, he says. But he says we are animals who are rational. We are animals who are political. We associate. And we are animals who have the gift of speech. Now that is the nature. He's talking about nature, the nature of a human being. But when it comes to the human condition, we go beyond what we are, and we are saying to ourselves, but what is this experience that we have? What, as human beings, not as Mbaye, not as you and the other, but as human beings, what is it that we are going through? What is this shared experience? And that shared experience includes things like birth, all of us who are born, growth, we all grow, learning, and all the other experience, and finally dying. Now that all of us have to go through those kind of stages. Now that is what the human condition is about. So I hope that way you can begin to see there is actually a difference between the two. In the history of Western philosophy, we can trace the interest in human condition all the way back to Socrates. Some of you will call him Socrates, but his real name is Socrates. So, it was Socrates who changed the focus, philosophers' focus in those days, from the external world, from being involved and concerned and preoccupied with the external world. You remember the pre-Socratics, for example. Before them, everybody was trying to find out what is the universe made up of? What constitutes the universe? So they were trying to study and to understand the external world, external to themselves, until Socrates came along and he redirected the focus of philosophy's concern to the inner person. So he started looking at himself, and he urged others to look at themselves, the inner person. So you remember, for example, his famous, teaching in the Apology, that the unexamined life is not worth living for man. And in that same reign, we have someone, sophist like Protagoras, who then comes in and says that man is the measure of all things. And no matter how much we misunderstand that and whatever debate goes on, the important point is that he was also pointing us to the inner, to look at the inner person. And I think you know also the Delphi oracle, the oracle of Delphi. This is anonymous, nobody knows who did, but on the gate, on the entrance, man, know this afton, know thyself. Man, know thyself. Was not asking to know the stars and to know the moon and astronomy and things like that. The most important thing is to know ourselves. So we can see that philosophy started very early to look at the human condition with Socrates. So those are the shared experiences that I was talking about, that in terms of human condition, birth, suffering, emotions, and of course, finally, mortality. The question of death, so important to us. Since then, philosophers have every time gone back to, and in different ways, to look at the human condition. So we have Aristotle. We have And Aristotle, of course, you remember, he was very much, the question of virtue, the question of, reason and things like that. I am just trying to. So for Aristotle then, virtue, his main concern was virtue, rationality, and happiness. What we normally call eudaimonia. Then for Augustine, the issue was the question of sin, the original sin, the question of free will and spiritual struggle in relation with the divine. Kant concentrated on moral autonomy and dignity. Nietzsche was he was looking at individualism, will to power, and nihilism. Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, the feminist, philosopher, in general, these are existentialist philosophers, and they were looking at freedom and responsibility. Is what they were concentrating on. And Heidegger and Camus were more interested in being, authenticity, and absurdity. And I think you can see immediately that all of them were talking about different things, different aspects. They understood the human condition differently. And I think what is really important is not whether they agreed and they said the same thing, because philosophers anyway do not do that. Philosophers are better at asking questions than giving answers. They agree on questions to ask, not necessarily on answers to give. But the point is that this evolution, the evolution of philosophical thought on human condition, that shift from external to internal inquiry is important and has given direction to where philosophy is and where philosophy is going. Also from this we can see that the diversity of perspectives, all these different answers, regardless of the disagreements that are common, as we said before, do not discredit philosophy. In fact, they only enrich it. Okay, so human condition in crisis. Here we need to take that we have two definitions. We can define crisis in two ways. There's a dual definition of crisis. Crisis can be humanitarian, but it can also be existential. It is humanitarian when it affects a huge number of people, when it is sudden, unexpected, and grave, very serious issue, like what we had, for example, I go back to COVID. This was a universal, thing that happened to everyone. It was sudden, nobody expected it. And it was grave because it killed people. So when that happens, we have what we call humanitarian crisis. In our countries around here, we also have seen things like famine, drought, where people died because they had no food to eat. I remember the song that was sung, "We Are the World," some time back. Because they had to raise money for people to find food to eat. That can be a crisis, a humanitarian crisis. So this is one type of crisis. But the other type of crisis is existential, in the sense that it is not for everyone, it now affects the individual. So when the individual person struggles to find meaning, for example, in their life, when they try to understand something, when they are going through depression or, suffering emotionally and so on, individually, it threatens their very existence. their life as individuals. And that is the second meaning of what we call, definition of a crisis. In modern, challenges, we have challenges in climate change, in pandemics, social fragmentation, society breaking up, technological threats, including robots and other AI and things like that. All these have been, in recent times, crises that the world has to deal with, humanity has to deal with. And so, in these situations, once again, philosophy has a role to play. And that role for philosophy is to foster, to help people through reflection to get to that level where they can develop resilience. They, coming back, to overcome the crisis and to continue in their lives. I think it is clear that the current global challenges reveal vulnerabilities and frailties of the human nature, and that, in fact, forces us to confront what it means to be human. When these things happen, we are challenged to think and reflect more and to try to find out how we can overcome them without too much damage on ourselves. So philosophy is encouragement to seek meaning and resilience amid uncertainty. This is actually what happens. Even when it looks like there's no meaning, these things don't mean anything, or we cannot find the purpose for existence or even for life, philosophy helps us through reflection and encourages us to seek that meaning and resilience, even when the world looks like it is helpless and hopeless. Can we go to the next one? Oh yes, I see this, the question, just go back, Brian, yeah. So there's that question of existentialism and Stoic responses to crisis. Because different philosophies respond differently. So, for example, Stoicism tells us that some things are just given. And some of these things we can't do much about. And we shall see later on when we talk about, some other issues, that if we cannot do anything about something, we need not worry about it, because whether we worry or we don't worry, we are unable to do anything. And so it says, just accept it, and only get concerned with things that you have a control over. So if we have some control over a crisis, yes, let's do it. But if there's something we cannot do anything about, don't worry too much about it. Move on. In slide 5, we look at the meaning, the search for meaning. And here we are taking two schools of philosophy, nihilism and existentialism. Now, nihilism is rejection of inherent meaning and values. These are people who say that there is nothing in the world. The world has no meaning. The world is meaningless. There is nothing. It means nothing. There are no predetermined values. So nihilism rejects any idea of meaning. And so when we are very busy trying to find meaning, they tell us, don't even waste your time, because there is no meaning in the world. You won't find it. Existentialism, on the other hand, believes, yes, they share some things with nihilism, and they may even say, well, yes, there are no values. But they are willing to go a step further and say, no, but you see, we can actually have values in the world, but it's not because those values are there We can have values in the world because we create values ourselves. We can create values because we have been endowed with infinite freedom of choice. So if we make the right choice, we can then give meaning to the world. So we can find meaning in the world, but we have to do it ourselves. We are the ones to create meaning because the world does not have any meaning. And between them, they have this dialectical relationship. Dialectical in the sense that, okay, nihilism is outright flat. They are completely, they won't even listen to you if you talk about values because they say there are no values. But existentialists are saying, well, maybe there are no values, but we can make them. So there is reconstruction and trying to put them back, and complete deconstruction on the other hand with the nihilists. Both actually emphasize the question of autonomy, authenticity, and responsibility. I think I just want to add something on emphasis on this slide that's just gone, that nihilism's role in questioning traditional and existentialists' response, affirming personal meaning-making. I think we need to take note of this, that even though they sound very pessimistic, nihilism and existentialism actually have an important role to play in philosophy. Because you see, traditional philosophy has always assumed certain things, and has always said, we are always looking for purpose and meaning. Philosophy is always doing that. Meaning, of course, we assume those things actually do exist. That's why we are looking for them. But now somebody is coming along and saying, wait a minute, even that is an assumption. So maybe it's time for us to wake up and say, so how else can we understand meaning? And in that struggle, it is possible that we have a deeper understanding of meaning itself. So in this sense, we can say, yeah, nihilism and existentialism actually do contribute to our better understanding of ourselves as human beings and meaning in the world in which we live. These philosophies, the two of them, challenge and complement each other in addressing life's meaninglessness and the human quest for significance, because this is one thing that is really almost natural as far as human beings are concerned. Philosophy, religion, and things like those, they are valuable because they try to help us to find meaning in our lives. Okay. We get to the next ethical reflection in crisis. And I want to say this about ethical reflection, that the crisis of ethics is arguably the most serious threat to humanity. Not everybody agrees, but I will say this. Society cannot exist without morals, without ethics. It has never existed and it will not exist without those things. But important as that is, it is very easy to overlook that very serious threat to humanity, because this threat, this morality or ethics, does not scream, it doesn't shout, it doesn't come with the same, urgency as COVID-19, for example, as war breaks out, as civil, whatever. So, because it is quiet, it is possible that people ignore it and they do not think too much about it. But I want to say it is absolutely necessary for us to reflect on issues of morality and ethics. if we really want to continue with the society. Of course, continuous society, civilized society, must depend and must have, morality and ethics. There is no doubt about the importance of empathy, justice, and solidarity, not only in small societies, but globally, because we are all interrelated. The globe, the humanity is all together. Yes. Because you do remember, I think it was Seneca, that Roman, Stoic philosopher, it is attributed to him the saying that we are all waves of the same sea. We are waves of the same sea. We are branches of the same tree. And we are flowers of the same garden. And I think the important thing there to realize is that we all belong together. And we all depend, we depend on others. And it is important, therefore, to keep that society. And for that to exist, we need to re-examine the morals and ethics. Now, the biggest enemy, the greatest enemy to morality is the question of relativism. And relativism simply means there are no fixed or even objective moral values. That everybody is right. Every society is right. Even if they do the opposite of what the other society is doing, the other culture is doing, they are also right. Every individual they are right in their own way because there are no objective universal values. This is relativism. And this is the greatest danger that we face in the modern society. So this global interconnectedness and moral responsibility must go beyond self-interest. We should, as humanity, be thinking together, coming together, seeking solutions together, and not separately. So individualism then, extreme individualism, is the other enemy of morality and society. And yet, there's been a lot of that, the growth to individualism, where people do not care too much about others. And the only one that matters is me. And I'm always right. I'm right in whatever I do. These are the dangers that we have to deal with. And in that challenge, faced with that challenge, moral relativism, also the question of pluralism, diversity, and we have to accommodate them. Diversity is important. Pluralism is important. But you see, we also then have to make sure that even though we are taking care of all those, the pluralism and so on, we do not in the process lose. We do not lose the values that govern all of us, that are important for all of us. So in this connection, of course, the role of education is very important. Dialogue is absolutely important. And philosophers are, privileged because philosophers can easily get into dialogue. Philosophers know how to listen to others. Philosophers will keep quiet, they will take a criticism, and they will answer back. So as a matter of fact, I think philosophers should be more and more involved in, those peacemaking activities and dialogue, initiating dialogue and keeping it moving. This is a role that philosophers can play, and they can play that better than anyone else. And of course, virtue cultivation. So on this, I think we just need to emphasize the fact that ethical crises underlie many societal problems today, including polarization and moral confusion, because there's a lot of moral confusion in the world. And all this because of the ethical crisis. That what we need is philosophical reflection as a solution, towards a solution, we need philosophical reflection that will bring about a balance between diversity and the pursuit of shared ethical standards. Now, the emphasis is on shared ethical standards. That's what we must really start looking for, or continue looking for. And education, if it is properly organized, can help us to do this and develop virtues. Yes, I see that the impact of technology and digital culture on ethics. Technology has advanced tremendously. AI, for example, social media, and other things, they have advanced. But as they advance, they are advancing scientifically, technically, technologically, but are they also taking into account the implications, moral, ethical implications of those advancements? And the answer is no. So we need to bring these together. It's like the person who invented the bomb. They did not tell us what to do with it. So what we did was take it and drop it on people, kill them. Of course, we can't blame the person who invents, but definitely, if the inventor had been part of the process of defining and finding out what this can be used for and how it can be used in a moral, ethical manner, we would have been better off as human beings. Let's now look at the seventh one, the next one. Can someone tell me? All right. So our contemporary challenges, I think already you have picked a few as we already talked about them. And these are technological disruption, AI, automation, social media effects, climate change, ethical dilemmas, and intergenerational justice. Intergeneration meaning what obligation do we have for the future, for those who will come after us? What obligations do we have, especially in climate change and things like that? Is this justice if we don't do our best to make sure that we conserve for those who will come after us? So those things, yes, okay. So these are the things. Then we have the question of global inequality and political polarization, as well as crisis of meaning amid secularization and individualism. I did talk about individualism, but I should have said secularization is another problem. You know, traditionally, religions have been carriers of morals and ethics. But now as religions decline, this influence and effect is getting lost. And therefore, as we become more and more secular and more individualistic, we lose some of these very important things. So the 21st century human condition, therefore, involving technology, environment, and social factors, those challenges, and which therefore also need, are challenges of identity, justice, and community. We can only emphasize philosophy's role in clarifying values and guiding responses in these things. Therefore, philosophy still has an important role to play in that. I'm told I've only a few minutes left, but we are okay. Slide number 8 is a rather interesting one. The human condition and the fear of dying. Last Saturday, I listened to our School of Psychology. They were giving some very interesting on something on grief, how to handle grief. And the obvious subject was on death. And I wondered, that coincides with my worry about the fear of death. Very interesting. However, the death is actually the ultimate crisis and source of anxiety. This is what Becker says. Becker wrote a book called The Denial of Death. How have philosophers handled the question of death? To find out this, we have to go back to our friend Socrates in the Apology. And you remember, as he had been accused by the Athenians and so on, and now he was ready, to get on to the next stage, to be condemned and to die and so on. He took advantage to give them a lesson in life and death. And he told them, and Epicurus, by the way, also joins him in that later on, that death is unknown. We do not know death. And therefore it would be irrational on our part to fear death. Nobody fears what they do not know. So Socrates told them not to fear death because they do not know death. Stoics, on the other hand, Stoicism, teaches us, as we said earlier on, to accept what is inevitable. And death is one such thing. Death it will come. We cannot, no matter how much we talk about it or we pray about it, it will come. It is a given. And since it will come, and since we have no power over it, Stoicism tells us to not worry about it. Instead, let us lead our lives to the best of our ability. Let us lead a life of virtue, and let death take care of itself. Existentialists, on the other hand, how do they handle, the question of death? They are thinking that mortality is a call to authentic living. Because we are aware of death, we actually should be able to live our lives authentically and not worry about death. Now, I think it's important for us to realize that there are two things when we talk about death. One of them is death itself, thanatos. Psychologists have thanatology, the study of death. In philosophy, we have thanatophobia. Thanatos is death, and phobia is a fear. So this is what we are talking about, that fear of death. Some people don't even write their wills because they are afraid if they write down their wills, that will be a catalyst, to bring about death very fast. There are many, many things that we believe because we fear death. So what we need to find out then is how mortality shapes our human behavior and crisis responses. Because in every crisis there is the threat of death. So how does that affect how we react? We also need to highlight the psychological and cultural dimensions of death fear. Because we are not only philosophers, we are also affected by other, we are also human beings. And therefore, those things are also part of our worry. As we conclude this presentation, I like to say that philosophy is a vital tool for understanding and addressing human crises. But philosophy is not just about understanding. As we said before, philosophy should also give humanity hope. And it should give humanity direction. We should encourage, as a matter of fact, ethical reflection, critical thinking, and shared purpose. Philosophy is a call, or it can be a call, to action. And I know that a lot of people have misunderstood philosophy and they have criticized philosophy as a discipline that only takes place in the clouds. These philosophers do not have their feet on the ground. We've been criticized for this. But I think the two things, contemplation and action, must always move together. If we are only contemplating metaphysically and leaving things up there and then we go to sleep, do nothing about it, I think there's a problem. I think a time has come And maybe we should take a leaf from something like pragmatism, American, pragmatism philosophy, which says if you have no solution, if you can't solve, or instrumentalism, John Dewey's instrumentalism, where ideas and concepts and principles are only tools that should enable us to take action, appropriate action. And if philosophy does not give us that, that challenge, then I think it's time to rethink it. So philosophy should be seen as a practical and transformative and not just contemplative. Once again, there is hope for resilience, hope for compassion, and a better future through philosophy. I think really, as the last word, we need to say that philosophy helps us to navigate complex crises by fostering understanding and ethical engagement. And that reflection must lead to action to address contemporary challenges and build a more just, compassionate world. Thank you for listening.
Let's give our keynote speaker another round of applause. Yes, thank you very much, our keynote speaker, for opening this conversation of today. And you have done it in a very wonderful way by highlighting some of the crises that indeed we are encountering in our very immediate contemporary world. But I do not want to rob these people their freedom and right to engage with your reflection. Mine is merely to MC the occasion. As I had indicated, you are to jot down your queries, to engage with the keynote speaker so that the conversation may commence. We may just take maybe 2 or 3 in the interest of time. So may we have the mic?
Thank you so much. My question goes like this. You have talked about the response of the nihilist and the existentialist. What is the take of the metaphysics and other speculative disciplines in response to this human condition? Based on your presentation, what about the notion of self-transcendence, the theocentric, egocentric, and philanthropic solutions of self-transcendence of the human person? Do they only remain speculative, or how can we inculcate them in order to respond to the contemporary challenges of the human condition? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for the nice presentation. My question is, I begin with the question of what William Shakespeare says, we cannot change the day of death, but we can only change the course. So my question comes here that, is it that this human condition that is in crisis, is it predetermined by the creator, and the creature has limited agency in addressing it?
Can you have another go at that?
I'm saying, this human crisis, this human condition that is in crisis, is it predetermined by the creator, and the creature has limited urges to address it?
Whether the human condition is predetermined by the nature of the human being, human creature. Right. And one last one here.
Thank you, Prof, for the good presentation. My question is, the human condition in crisis. I want to know, why is it happening now? Why now? Why not now?
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Brother Sanga. So, over to our speaker to make the responses.
Well, first of all, I have to admit, I didn't. I think there were some questions I didn't really capture these questions very well. Did not quite understand in many cases what was being asked. Secondly, I want to say there are many philosophers here. I see fellow thinkers, and experts are here. So if I cannot answer, and this is part of humility, we don't know all answers. If I cannot answer, someone here wishes to assist, that is okay. But something happened while the questions were being asked. And I remembered, for example, the expression, the human condition. That expression has normally been associated with the French philosopher Michel de Montaigne. But really, the coinage, that expression did not become popular until the lady we were talking about, Hannah Arendt, published her book on the human condition. It is only then, after that, that we really started talking more and more about the human condition. So this is where the term came from. But going back to the first question, it was about, the question was being asked about nihilists and existentialists, yes? And can I ask for him to repeat this question, because I still didn't really grasp it very well.
The first questioner?
Can you put the question very shortly? What was it you wanted to know? Yes.
What do the other definitions of philosophy have to respond in the human condition, for example, metaphysics and other questions, let's say?
All right, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. I have to say, I don't know what they have to say. Because each one of those, you're looking at all these different disciplines and you're looking at the problem and saying, so what are their solutions to this? We have given a few examples now, but if we really wanted to know what a certain school thinks about this condition, we would then have to address that in details to find out how does that differ from what the others said and things like that. It's a very broad question you're asking there. And I don't think it can be answered in the kind of time that we have. There was then the question of the question was, I think this was, somebody asked the question, was the crisis, the human crisis, condition crisis, was that predetermined by human nature? Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that, of course, it is human beings who have a certain kind of nature that fall in certain crises that then we have to deal with. Because that's now the condition in which humanity finds itself. So in one sense, the human nature could be said to contribute, in some way. But in another way, once we distinguish between the human nature and the condition, then it's not obvious that if you have this kind of nature, you're going to have this kind of crisis.
So in that sense, I would say, maybe not. So the answer is for me, maybe, but maybe not. Now, the question that I could not miss was the one that came from Dr. Sanga. Why now? And I think the questioner actually knows that it is not now. Human crisis has been with us throughout history. The history of humanity is a history of human crisis. There hasn't been any time in our history that there were no crises. So that's really part of our, it's just who we are and what we experience. So it is not why November 2025. It is, no, it's just part of it. This is part of life. Sorry.
So thank you very much. So let's give the responses. Another clap. Now the conversation has just started, and the conversation will continue. But allow me at this point to refer to our program, which requires that at between 10 and 10:20 we should be taking tea. And I will therefore ask that since already we are in night time, it is 10 or 9, we are not holding a cup of tea as it should be, that we pray for that cup of tea, so that at least we should be back here by 10:25. At 10:25 we should be back. I think let's take that tea, and I'm also instructed to guide that you take tea at your respective routine place. The usual routine is where you report onwards. Thank you. For the guests, you can be assembled at the staff lounge and the paper presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Oh, welcome. Welcome, MC.
No, you have said the agenda very well.
Oh, thank you.
I like the panorama of all the philosophers. We like Anna Arendt particularly.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I did Anna Arendt. That human condition. Her relation with the Martin Heidegger, escape to the US, and her definition of Vita, and Vita activa and Vita contemplativa. Yes. Yeah, the Vita activa has labor, work, and political action. Political action? Yeah, political Yeah, please let's settle down. Let's settle down. As we wait for the first presenter, who is Father Gregory. I think the paper was very good that we've just heard. Very good questions have come up on the metaphysics, human condition. See? But you know, metaphysically, we are finite beings. We are limited beings. And finite beings implies imperfection. You cannot be finite and perfect. So in that imperfection of our finitude is inscribed the potentiality for crisis, to get sick. That we are human being, we have potentiality to be unwell. Health crisis. So our very nature predisposes us to crisis. But that's why philosophy is coming in, to give us reflective moments on how to respond to this crisis. So we are waiting for Father Greg to have the first paper. After Father Greg, we shall have, is Nyangao with us yet? Is Nyangao with us? Dr. Dionysius Nyangao. Then we shall have Reverend Dr. Crispin Ouma Nyandiwa. So, Father Greg, please join us. So we shall strictly subject you to 15 minutes so that we allow you to highlight for us key points. But during the question and answer session, then the presenter will have further opportunity to clarify some points. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, lovers of wisdom and fearers of God, may I welcome on the dais Reverend Father Gregory Nzao. As you know, he is our DVC academics, but at this point, he's engaging us as a fellow scholar, a fellow lover of wisdom. Father Greg.
Thank you very much. My presentation, as you can see, will engage the famous Blaise Pascal, interest on the human condition and the knowledge of God. And basically we shall dwell on his book, so-called Pensée. I'm not a French speaker, but this one in Spanish should be Pensamiento. So you can go to the next part. Pensamiento, or translated literally in English, is thoughts. Blaise Pascal, as we know, is a great genius, a mathematician, and at the same time a mystic. And suddenly it becomes difficult to understand a mathematician who is mystical. So it's so difficult to do that, but that is what we are going to analyze. Now, Blaise Pascal describes the human condition as a paradox of greatness and wretchedness. He highlights the contradiction of human nature oscillating between greatness and wretchedness. It is therefore a tension between grandeur and misery. He departs from a pessimistic anthropological assessment, considering the wretchedness of every human being as an apparent characteristic. Human wretchedness stems from our fallenness, our suffering, and also our inability to find lasting happiness in worldly things. We are aware of mortality. In the morning we are talking about death. We are beings towards death, Martin Heidegger would say. And all other limitations. This is something which causes what we can call an existential anxiety. Now, to overcome this kind of characteristic of human being will engage himself with the entertainment, ambition, and pleasure to escape this inner emptiness and also the inescapability of death. To explain the wretchedness, Pascal will employ such biblical terms like vanity and misery. Vanity is an apparent characteristic of human condition in the world. However, he argues that it is little known. Vanity is the restless pursuit of satisfaction in worldly things that can never truly be satisfied. Cannot satisfy, actually. This search cannot satisfy the human heart. Now, Pascal will connect restlessness and anxiety to the faculty of imagination. So he makes a critique on the faculty of imagination, which you know. He argues that imagination distorts reality, magnifies fears, and distracts us from the truth. Imagination is a dominant part of man, he says. It is the master of error and falsehood, which is opposed to reason, and therefore is almost, like he says, almost false. This faculty deceives us and makes us blindly repeat and follow customs. Imagination can seduce even the most logical mind. People often trust appearances and emotional impressions of a rational analysis, which leads to flawed judgments. Now he sees imagination as a barrier to faith also. It distracts us from the divine truth and encourages attachment to worldly pleasures and vanities. In this sense, it contributes to moral and spiritual error. That is vanity, but it's also on the other side is the mystery. Mystery is another term that characterizes the human condition, and this is manifested in the weakness, fragility, and suffering of man. Human mystery is also confirmed in the vanity of laws that are incapable of assuring us justice. Another indication of it is the annoyance and boredom of human life. Now, man faced with this condition tries to escape and seek joy in entertainment. But he says fun cannot be a solution. He believes that the only solution in the search for is the search for oneself. Even if this one actually requires a lot of effort, it is only in knowing thyself, Socrates, if we can echo him, that man can find true joy. In fact, for him, fun, he says, is the greatest mystery because it does not offer a true solution. But then again, is this pessimistic presentation of human condition. Pascal also presents the human greatness. So you can go to the human greatness. Greatness is dependent on man's consciousness. We are conscious. The question of thoughts and also the question of dignity. Without this, man would be a beast. Human greatness is in his ability to understand reality. But at the same time, human being's greatness consists of being aware of his misery. According to him, man's greatness comes from knowing he is wretched, or is wretched. A tree does not know that. He says, it is wretched to know that one is wretched, but there is greatness in knowing it. For Pascal, imagination of human limitation is a sign of excellence. Recognition, that is, of human limitation is a sign of excellence. Man, know thyself. No? It reveals self-consciousness unknown to the non-human realm. So in his famous phrase, he says, man is a reed. Because where man is referred to as a reed. Man is a reed, the weakest thing. Go ahead. Yes. Go ahead, yes. Yes, Imani, go ahead. Yes. Yes, he says, man is a reed. He says, the weakest in nature, but he is a thinking. This one he realizes is a thinking reed. Man is a thinking reed. No. This is an expression which acknowledges on one hand the wretchedness of the human being, but at the same time his greatness. What about the knowledge of God according to Blaise Pascal? How do we come to know God? If we can refer to one of the fragments which are in his book, that is fragment 148, he indicates that man without faith cannot know true good or know justice. For Pascal, true knowledge of God comes not through reason alone, but through faith and the heart. So it gives a lot of emphasis to the heart. Men have contempt for religion, he says. They have hatred and fear that it may be true. Now, to remedy this wrong conception of faith, Pascal will propose that we begin showing that religion is no way contrary to reason. His attempt is that of trying to reconcile, therefore, faith and religion. For him, true happiness is linked to God. Outside of God, everything is lost. Now, he reconciles this one by talking of reason and the heart. Pascal argues that reason has limits when it comes to knowledge of God. Reason cannot prove God's existence ultimately, nor can it satisfy the deepest longings of the human being. He says, the heart is reasons which reason does not know. The heart has its reasons which reason does not know. The heart perceives God, not reason, meaning that faith is an intuitive inner conviction rather than a product of rational deduction. Now, the wager argument, which you know, the way Pascal's wager, if you can move a bit ahead, yes, again. The Pascal's wager, no, is an eye-opener to his theory of how we come to know God. God as a philosophical problem is difficult to handle. Pascal will acknowledge that. But it is not a waste of time talking about God. One must, first and foremost, recognize how incomprehensible this matter is. God's nature is infinitely incomprehensible to the finite mind. Father Sanga was asking in the morning the question of human condition. It has always been there. That's problematic because we are talking of a finite being which is in front of an infinite reality. Therefore, the only way we can have knowledge of God is through faith. And in this case, Descartes, if you know him, was wrong thinking of reason. Using reason only to address the subject of God. One must believe that God exists, even if it is difficult to demonstrate it through reason. How many minutes do I have? Okay. How would you frame Pascal's wager, which is on the board there? He says, if you believe in God and he exists, you gain eternal happiness. If he doesn't exist, you lose nothing, or even you lose little or you lose nothing. If you don't believe and then it happens that he exists, then you will lose eternal happiness, which is, therefore, it is reasonable, therefore, to believe in God's existence, whether you know it or you do not know it. Now, related to this wager is a conception of the nature of God. He talks of the hiddenness of God. Yes, God who hides himself is a conception quite similar to that of Dr. Ignacio of Nicholas of Cusa, you know. Pascal, God is hidden. His existence cannot be shown by reason alone. He's a God who hides and prefers what you can call the chiaroscuro, or light and darkness, in there, the two. He emphasizes that God remains hidden to preserve what you can call the human freedom. He does not want to compel anyone to believe in him or choose him. So this hiddenness of God invites us to a free act of faith, which Pascal saw as a more meaningful than being forced to believe. And therefore, allow me to conclude. Time is not with us. We can say that Pascal's approach, which is anthropological in nature, is comparing to our culture today. It calls us to confront and explain the apparent paradox of human nature that is existentially irrefutable. It is there. Any reasonable examination of the human condition must account for this dilemma in a manner that is intellectually conscient. Our contemporary culture, in particular, is immersed in the exaltation of human goodness. Human goodness, therefore the positive part of the human being. Greatness. We talk about our potentiality, not our wretchedness. Now, the anthropological examination of this author agrees with such a proposition, whereby we talk about that man is great. But then it includes the paradoxical elements of it. Therefore, it is fallacious to see human beings as merely progressed beasts. To the contrary, Pascal recognized that man is neither natural nor a beast. And this one is a caution to those who think too highly about themselves, but also those who think too lowly about themselves. We can say like Pascal says, yes, like he says, man is a monster that passes understanding. That passes all understanding. He is capable of reason, yet overwhelmed by passions suspended between nothingness and infinity. He is a reed, like I said, but that is capable of reason. He is a thinking reed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Greg. Let's give him a clap. So, man is a reed, but a thinking reed. So, which brings us maybe to recall man, the thinking thing. Res cogitans. Only know that this thinking thing for Blaise Pascal is a reed that swings between greatness and wretchedness. It is, I'm tempted to say many things, but may I welcome the next presenter. We shall have a series of them. Then we shall have a plenary session where they will field questions. So you'll have a chance to ask any of the presenters. Father Greg, do not vacate your seat. Please, you are instructed to take your seat. These are powers the MC must enjoy. Please, because you are going to field questions. So may I welcome the next presenter, Dr. Crispin Ouma Nyandiwa, and his paper is on Between Pride and Providence, the tension of human vanity in the face of divine will. We've just heard about vanity of man as a wretched being. Now let's listen to Dr. Crispin. The dais is yours.
Thank you, MC. And I want to thank the organizers of this conference and all the listeners and participants. My paper is the way you see it, Pride and Providence, the tension between human vanity and the divine will. It's not interdisciplinary, but transdisciplinary paper. Because when we were discussing even outside, we were talking about the human condition. And all disciplines in life are talking about human condition. When we talk of it in interdisciplinary session, we are thinking of philosophical approaches. But transdisciplinary, which now the church is talking about, is involvement with the rest of learning experiences. So it has biblical part of it, which is theological. It has religious part of it with other religions. Then we have also philosophical approach to this paper. It's a bit long, but we are not going to go through everything, just major parts. Please, let's go ahead. And in the introduction, I see that what made me to think about this when I saw the call for papers is Kohelet chapter 1, verse 2 to 9. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. The preacher says, all is vanity. That is what made me to go through that paper. And just to provoke your thoughts, I may not go through the paper the way it is. Why are you here? At the end you'll die. Why do you study? That knowledge which you shall have got, what are you going to do with it when you die? All vanity. And by the way, I left writing this paper in between because I saw that even all that I was writing was also vanity. Yeah, it was very challenging for me to write it. So, when we talk of vanity, and that is the tension the human person has. Everything, the book of Kohelet says, the sun rises, the sun sets. There is nothing new under the sun. Are we making any discoveries? Nothing. Are we supposed to end in despair? No. Go ahead. Okay. The answer to this question of vanity is subjecting ourselves to the divine will, the divine providence. Because God did not create us for nothing. And I would wanted to ask Professor, though he's now back, my former boss, the problem of nihilism and absurdity, are they the same? You are the philosophers. I'm not a philosopher myself. Is absurdity and nihilism the same? Okay, discussion will come. So we have to find meaning in personal ambition and the purpose of fulfillment in God's plan. The providence transforms human struggle from a futile endeavor into a meaningful journey of faith and dependence on God. Vanity thrives on human pride and the illusion of control, while hope in divine providence fosters humility and spiritual resilience. And St. Augustine says it all. Lord, you created us for yourself, and our life is restless until it rests in you. I think that solves the problem of vanity. It is God's will and God's providence. Go ahead. I will talk about vanity in the book of Kohelet. And the Hebrew term that we have that expresses that is habed. Habed. Go ahead, it is still, yeah. Habed expresses something like vapor, which goes very fast. So life is like a vapor. This writer is asking himself, what is the need of life? What is the meaning of that life? The sun rises and the sun sets and hastens to the place where it rises. All this expresses human emptiness. Is that what God created us for? Just go ahead. Observes that human labor and achievements are all transient. We labor, we acquire a lot, and this acquisition is never ending. In fact, I want to go to the end of that presentation of the part of Kohelet to see how he summarizes it. Just move the slide, Go ahead, go. There. And he says 6 important points. That is the summary according to me. The more a man gets, the more he wants. Ask yourself, people continue to kill each other for pieces of land, but the grave is 6 by 3. That is the end. But we continue to acquire. The more you get, the more you acquire. The more he gets, the more his burden also increases. Look at the poor man in the village. He's just there getting his porridge. But you, who is getting more, you need 3 meals and even 2 teas. Then, this man summarizes that man has no assurance of retaining wealth, either for himself or for his offsprings. There is no way you are not assured. Sometimes you struggle to build a house. Somebody else who did not even do anything in it is coming to enjoy it at your death. Then, man may be deprived of enjoyment by earthly death. You may be deprived of that enjoyment. The man may live long and still not enjoy even the benefits. Somebody has acquired much, but he's not enjoying anything. He still craves for more, but he's not enjoying what he has. Then, since there is no end to desire, the labor of man is all in vain. There is no end to desire. You keep desiring and you keep laboring. So the end of everything is in vain. In any case, death is the conqueror. And the limitations of mortality make it is impossible to know even what is practically good. Next slide. Temporality of human achievements and material pursuits. I will say one thing. All that we pursue in this world are very temporal. Human person would always want to acquire, and the more we get it, a new thing comes, and we want to acquire everything new. Think today with the culture of consumerism. Use and dispose. Every day there is a new technology, new iPhone coming in, new things. We want to dispose what we have, and we acquire new ones. Go ahead. Just go ahead. I want to go to the philosophers. That is the ephemeral nature of the material wealth. It keeps passing. Ahead to the, Democritus, who is talking of a timeless truth. His main idea is wealth is not merely a measure of material possessions, but it is a state of mind cultivated through moderation and self-sufficiency. So we must moderate ourselves through what we have is sufficient for us. Just go ahead. Go ahead still, that is still Democritus. No, go behind a bit. We have a bit of those philosophers. Yes. I think my slides are mixed up. Go. Just go ahead. Just go. Go ahead. Hey, is it moving? It's only repeating. Okay. Religions. According to Islamic teachings, they emphasize the concept of dunya, the worldly life, as very temporary, fleeting stage of testing. We are all tested in this world with the true and eternal life being the hereafter. For the Muslims, they would say they are encouraged to focus on the spiritual growth rather than on the material wealth. According to Hinduism, there is the issue of the Brahman. The Brahman is the ultimate God. He is ever changeless, singular, universal, and with their doctrine of samsara, that is birth, growth, death, and rebirth. When you do something, you can be reborn according to what your life previously was. If you are evil, next time you can be reborn like a tsetse fly or a snake. So it tells them that they must live a good life for the next life to come. Ahead. The Taoists, they also emphasize the transience of all things. They highlight the natural cyclical flow of cosmos. Everything is moving and everything is interconnected and constantly changing. There is Albert Camus, the myth of Sisyphus. And he tries to explain the vanity of this world with that myth. That this man was pushing a big rock, high the hill, high the mountain, but immediately he reaches the top, the rock rolls back and he starts afresh. He says that is how human toils are. We keep toiling and pushing ahead, but we still go back and start again. Soren Kierkegaard, he says we should take the leap of faith and accept that the fact that we will be clueless about the world forever. The issue of Kierkegaard is the leap of faith is the solution to the problem of human vanity. Jean-Paul Sartre. These are existentialists. He talks of the sense of absurdity, and that is why I was asking the question, is nihilism the same as absurdity? And for him, he says, Humans are not created with the divine blueprint, but are condemned to be free. That condemnation to be free, you have to create your own essence and meaning through choices and actions in the universe. Heidegger, in his Being and Time, the Dasein, the concept of Dasein, he tries to talk of the human person is in the world and is part of the world, but he can also be redeemed in his environment. No, go ahead. Nietzsche. He critiques vanity not merely as weakness, but as a subtle power play. For him, vanity reflects herd mentality. Vanity becomes a spiritual sickness, a mirror of resentment and self-deception. So that is Jean-Paul Sartre. In Being and Nothingness, it talks of being in itself. Go ahead. Solution comes to this.
Can be avoided if we do not procreate. In any case, procreation is in most cases not the direct result of a conscious effort to bring forth a child, but as a matter of accident. But then he even suggests that ceasing procreation need not come at the expense of doing away with coital needs. They can go on, okay? But without having to bring humans into existence. Finally, I'm saying that most of our lives, as Benata has rightly demonstrated, are filled with recurring mundane activities. It's only logical that we interrogate life in line with the Socratic maxim that the unexamined life is not worth living. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Mbugua from University of Nairobi, on that very disturbing presentation on a man who believes procreation is malum in se, is evil. But because now we are going to have a panel, we started with our keynote speaker, Professor Mbaye, who actually very well articulated this crisis of human condition. And he did come up with a panorama of philosophers. And all those philosophers, our keynote presenter mentioned, have become the staple food for which these other papers have fed upon. So you can see how well thought out the keynote presenter ideas were. He mentioned Albert Camus. Camus has been mentioned by the present speaker and by the earlier speaker, the myth of Sisyphus. Here I mentioned about Nietzsche. The keynote presenter had Nietzsche. The present speaker ended with Socrates. The keynote speaker had Socrates. So indeed, he did open up a very wonderful conversation that has remained true to the course of today's deliberations. At this point now, I want to open the floor to you to participate, to engage. And I want it to be such a way that any speaker can have an input on any question. And as a microphone goes down there, to the last presenter, allow me also to ask some question. That argument by Benata, pleasure is good, pain is bad, life is a mixture of pain and suffering, therefore it is better not to exist. What kind of argument is this? Is it really a sound, logical argument? That's my first question. When I listen to you talk about these Benatas, I see him committing the fallacy of reductionism. He reduces human life to mere suffering. Isn't human life more than that? Is this guy not a moral coward? The floor.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Reverend Dr. Crispin. You realize that Pascal Blaise admits that we are wretched, although after telling us that there is greatness in knowing it, he doesn't tell us what to do after knowing it. And the previous speaker showed us that this philosopher he was discussing also illustrates to us that we, as long as exist as human beings, we suffer. Only when we die don't we suffer. And you came and affirmed to us that indeed everything is vanity. I very much agree with you, because surely after death, gradually even the grave vanishes. Now, why then do we bother discussing human condition in crisis now, if everything is vanity?
My question goes to Father Gregory. He presented on Blaise Pascal about the heart having its reasons that reason itself does not know. What does Blaise Pascal mean by saying that? Second question, what are the reasons of the heart? What are these reasons of the heart that reason does not comprehend?
Thank you for the presentations. My question goes to Professor Father Gregory. Why is embracing the absurdity a better response than seeking meaning through a leap of faith? Why is embracing the absurdity or the absurd a better response? Why is embracing the absurd a better response than seeking meaning through a leap of faith?
My question goes to Dr. Ouma. How do you personally describe the term enough?
Who goes first?
Thank you for the two questions. Let me start by answering the question of the master of ceremony. He's wondering whether Benata's argument is logical. My response to that question is that we need to make a distinction between an argument being valid and it being sound. So he'll need to tell us whether what is actually against in Bernata's argument. Is it that his premises are false? Or is it that the conclusion doesn't follow from the given premises, given that he presents his argument as a deductive argument? Many people have tried to look at that argument, but many are able to say that there is something weird about that argument, and especially the conclusion, because it is counterintuitive. And it's rather strange for one to argue for the extinction of humans, because after extinction, what happens? No more moralizing, no more arguments about, because it's we as humans who are able to reason. So people find his conclusions rather counterintuitive. And especially the whole question of benefiting people who will not exist. Remember what I said about the disappearing beneficiaries argument. How do you benefit a person by ensuring that he doesn't come to be? Okay? You save him from suffering. But even having said that, I think there's still something he's trying to say. There's now suffering on the planet Mars because there are no people. Okay? And also we know that death does bring to an end suffering. So when you die, no more suffering. But mind you, he's also suggesting that, well, there's no life worth creating. But he concedes that once life is created, most lives are worth continuing. Because if you bring life to an end, that is something bad. People are going to mourn the death of that person. So that's why he's against suicide. Suicide is bad. And that's the human predicament. That once we are born, we are guaranteed to die, which is something bad also. And that's the predicament we are talking about. Now, the second question is about reductionism. The chair said that Bernata is reducing everything, human life, to suffering. That one I do agree with you, because he tends to over-dramatize the suffering that we all go through. Yes, there is suffering, but I believe, and I say this is an empirical claim, argument, it's debatable whether most of our lives are spent in pain. True, life will certainly end in pain. No day passes when we have no problem, diarrhea there, stomachache, headache or something, disappointed relationships. But on the whole, we can say most of our lives are tolerable. Yeah, and that's why we don't commit suicide anyway. Then the last question is about seeking meaning through religion. Yes, it is true. Bernata has addressed that question. But reading through his works, it would appear to me that he's an atheist. Okay? And even then, there are many people who don't believe in religion. So what do you do about those people? And also remember Nietzsche and what he said about the death of God. The whole question of people losing faith in religion and therefore their lives becoming meaningless. I I personally think you can derive meaning by being religious. Thank you. But one last point. Bernata is not against, he is not a nihilist with regard to terrestrial meaning. He's a nihilist with regard to cosmic meaning, that we are not able to have an impact beyond this planet. And that is what worries him. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, the questions asked, and I want to combine the two questions. The question on why, according to Blaise Pascal, he had as reason, which reason itself does not understand. No. At the same time, there is the question of absurdity. He's saying why, the question is, why is absurdity better than seeking a leap of faith, if I heard you well? Now, to understand Blaise Pascal, remember, is a man who converts to Christianity, because according to him, Christianity addresses the question of human condition better. Therefore, that's why he says, any worldview which does not address the dilemma of the human person does not address the question of human condition in the best way. Therefore, he resorts to Christianity because he thinks it's the best way of addressing the human, can even call it the human absurdity. If I refer you to the famous saint, St. John Paul II, he talked about faith and reason, fides ratio, as the two wings. They go together. There is on one side faith, on the other side there is reason. Therefore, for a human being must have balance in between, that must maintain that tension between faith and reason. In other words, there are some questions which can be addressed by reason, yes, but also reason, like Blaise Pascal thinks, is limited. These questions can only be addressed by faith. And one of the questions, which is philosophical, is absurdity. Absurdity of life, what Professor here was trying to explain. Therefore, it's not a question of taking just a blind, and that one, Blaise Pascal is aware, blind leap of faith. No. But it's a reasonable leap of faith, if we can say it like that. In other words, you know the limits of faith, but also you know what faith can complement, what aspect of faith can complement reason. They go together. We cannot escape the question of the human condition. It's a human being. Again, it's what Professor Karoli Bugo was presenting. He was my professor of logic, so you can imagine. So again, it's what the other was presenting. I think we cannot escape the reality. The reality of escaping life, it means we stop what we are doing here and we go home and we wait for death. Death is a reality for sure. We are beings to one's death, but we also acknowledge, or we know through faith, that death is not the end of everything. Therefore, Blaise Pascal brings the importance of the intuition and faith, that these ones have a role to play in our knowing, therefore the knowledge of God. We must therefore maintain the tension between faith and reason, faith and religion, the reasons of the heart and reason. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two questions here. Why do we need to discuss human condition if everything is vanity according to Kohelet? I think Kohelet himself is discussing human condition. That is that is the response he's giving to the human condition at his own present time, which even affects us up to today. If we were keen when Professor Mbai was giving us his keynote address, he said the human condition is something which has been there. So the writer of Kohelet, who is talking of vanity of vanities, is discussing the human condition and trying to see the tension between divine providence and human vanity. That is his approach. But you see, he doesn't end in vanity. His last statement says, everything must be lived in divine presence and divine providence. Life lived out of divine providence and presence is what leads to this vanity, because there is also a lack of all sufficient accomplishment of everything without God. In short, we cannot do without living in the presence and the design of God. Question 2 was, how do I personally now describe the term enough? Because people keep craving for other things. Here we talk of contentment with what God has given us. And even if we are looking for more, it must not be to the surplus. Being contented, and whatever we seek and whatever we do not leave God behind. Because some of us live as if God already died, and we have made gods of ourselves. I am the end and the beginning of everything, and everything revolves around me. That is lack of contentment leading us to such a notion.
Okay. As the entertainment team prepares itself, we have a very burning question. If already you raised your hand earlier and you asked, allow another participant. Yes.
My question goes to Dr. Crispin. What makes vanity an existential reality other than a mere term? Thank you.
Okay. What makes vanity an existential situation, not just a mere term? Because when you look at the way things are, everything comes and everything goes. Is there anything permanent in human life? And it follows the same order. Remember, the man states, the sun rises and the sun sets. Nothing is new under the sun. That is the reality that this man is talking about. Vanity is an existential situation, that there are some things that we cannot explain. There are things we cannot explain, and they remain for us as vanity because we lack sufficient explanation using our limited human minds. Using our limited human minds. If we want to get a deeper meaning, and this one you people have asked, why should this innocent child be born with a brain tumor? Why should that happen? And these questions happen especially at the time of crisis, that we do not know why these things happen. But with faith, we realize that we get into deeper insights. I'm not taking refuge in religion, because others have also talked of religion as people fly out of reality to enter into religion. But religion is part and parcel of reality. I think that's what I can say about that.
So vanity is an existential reality. And if I may refer to Pascal, he was talking about our laws capable of giving us justice. Think of boredom of life. Some of us are bored already. They want to go home. They want to go and take lunch. This is part of it. So it is a reality. It is a reality, and I support what these two others are saying. It is a reality, but there's a reality that we must also deal with. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that should conclude for now that session for Q&A. As already the speaker has indicated, Maybe there are signs of boredom, but maybe hunger. But as we create ourselves for appetite, let's have the entertainment group, the shining stars. Yeah, the international stars, sorry. They are doing a poem.
Come you very much, the international stars. Philosophy questions life both now and beyond, giving us a guide for the meaning of life. So at this high note of that very philosophical poem, we break for lunch. And we are in
time on this one. Because according to the schedule, we were supposed to break for lunch. Brenda Raison, sixth presenter. Teresa Otieno, seventh presenter. Anne Mwiti. So those 7 presenters, allowing each presenter 10 minutes. That's 1 hour, 10 minutes. So we see we have a long way to go. All right then. So may I then call us? Michael Wanyo Wekesa, please come on dais. Michael Wanyonyi Wekesa, Dr. John Mundu, Apostles of Jesus, also take the seat. This is Michael. I did not. Okay. Is this Dionysius or Dionysius? It can apply. So Dr. Dionysius Nyangao will be our first presenter this afternoon, followed by Michael Wanyonyi Wekesa. Please come on the dais. Is he with us, Michael Wanyonyi? Dr. Reverend John Mundua, AJ, please, Father, join us. Thank you. Michael Wekesa. We are in search of him. Okay then, so as we are, allow me then to invite our first presenter, Dionysius Nyangao from Chuka University. The paper is entitled The Silence of Knowing, Epistemic Limits and the Mystery of Being Human. Daktari, karibu.
Thank you so much, Daktari. You may have forgotten, but you are one of my lecturers in Consolata Institute of Philosophy. And thank you so much for the good work that you did. My other professor, Karori Mbogwa, who was my lecturer too, thank you very much. And my classmate, Teresa. and many others. I have many students. I served here in 2018 briefly as a lecturer before being called to duty abroad to serve in the seminary in Tanzania, Morogoro, and then I came back to Chuka University, where I'm a senior lecturer of philosophy, and many of my students are among you as servants and also as learners. And I am also happy to see Professor Mbai. I was a student in Kwea for many years when he was my Vice Chancellor. So it's a pleasure to look up to you, great men and women. I will take less than 10 minutes. I have a backup in case yours fail. I will also record the session. I need to tell you that I will also record your questions and comments to help me improve this paper. So we start. This paper is on the silence of knowing, the epistemic limits and the mystery of being. It is based on the 4 phases of human existence: the phase before conception, after conception and before birth, after birth and until death, and the post-death existence. The paper is epistemological, it is anthropological as well. I have discovered over my many years in philosophy that there is an area of philosophical anthropology which is very empirical in research, where we can apply exhaustively qualitative research. And this is part of the approach from which the paper has greatly benefited from. Human knowledge has boundaries, and those boundaries are what define the human condition. Most of our philosophical discussions are limited to one of those 4 phases of life which I have discussed in the final paper that shall be published after getting your input today. So these epistemic limits are existential realities, and the unknowable is limited and defined by we based on our existential conditions as organic existence. Human beings which are limited within this one phase of life. So the three other phases of life, their nature of knowledge is beyond our comprehension, and that is one of the greatest limitations. I have explained those 4 in detail in the paper, and the nature in which we are limited in terms of knowing. We really desire to explain the nature of things and happenings in those 3 phases, especially what we knew in the first 2 phases, especially our experience. And science has also improved them such that the experience may not necessarily be limited to the natural experience of our existence within the womb. But even with that scientific discovery, there is still a lot of limitations for all those 4. So therefore, now that we are limited to this phase of life, the problem of knowing still becomes a mystery because of the many questions that we remain with which are not answered comprehensively. As human beings, we seek total comprehension, which is confronted partially with the small nuggets of knowledge that we acquire through positive science, for example. And then we also become, as philosophers, continuously aware of that gap of lack of complete knowledge about so many things. So our knowledge can only be finite, while our ignorance must necessarily be infinite. And this is what, if you read Karl Popper on the logic of scientific discovery, this is what we, with a lot of humility, discover in our academic journey, especially when it is properly done. So the epistemic finitude is a condition of every knowing being, and that is what we try to raise to a metaphysical level when we make a cognitive and metaphysical effort to overcome these limitations. The continuous process of trying to overcome is never realized. It remains a vision. It remains something that we look forward to, but we never reach there. Slide 8. The classical roots, of course, of this problem are traced back to Socratic and Platonic ignorance, where Plato and Socrates recognized this as the beginning of wisdom. And Plato himself says that he is wiser than this man, for neither of us knows anything, but he thinks he knows, whereas I do not. So this is the attitude of humility from the very beginnings of the beginning of philosophy. And Kant continues with this problem when he creates two unique defining classifications of knowledge in terms of noumena and noumena. And we can never know things in themselves. And things in themselves, which is being, which includes the human person, which is the object of philosophical anthropology, is itself in its own nature not interested. Our knowing that nature of reality does not add anything to that nature of reality in terms of existence. So here we have a unique thing which is knowing, and it is also being known. And this becomes very unique because human reason has this peculiar fate that it is burdened by questions which it cannot dismiss, but which it also cannot answer. And this is where the epistemic problem lies. And this is what we must acknowledge that we deal with until the end of our existence in this phase. So knowing is, that is slide 10. We are remaining with only 8 slides. These limitations. We also imply the ignorance. We also imply the ignorance of many other things. The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious experience, according to Albert Einstein. This scientist had a very unique experience of rejections. You can read about his history. Thomas Kuhn proposes the structure of scientific revolution in 1962, and this has partly influenced our philosophical discourse, not in a unique way, but among many other sciences. So the silence of the unknowable is not absence, it is the epistemic boundary. That acknowledgement that we do not know it is implying about our inability to explain that which we don't know. In many of my epistemology classes and engagements with my colleagues, my fellow scholars, I ask whether we can describe and classify and define that which we don't know, and we have never moved beyond that question. So the silence of knowing marks the border between the intellect and being. The intellect's inability to fully comprehend and explain being of whatever nature, no matter how simple it is. Every being implies a mystery. It implies that you will know something about it, but there is a lot more that you will not know about it. And that, unfortunately, includes our own being as human beings. The object of anthropology, in my view, is the most difficult object of knowledge. Mystery is also a metaphysical presence. The unknown is not negation, but a presence. To live with mystery is to live authentically by acknowledging our limitations and lack of positive knowledge about many other realities. Thank you very much. The existential turn, existentialists explore limits of reason and meaning and faith, absurdity. We had a lot of discussion this morning about this. I followed the presentations virtually. Faith, absurdity, freedom arise from these limitations, and life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forward, according to Kierkegaard. And the absurd is born of this confrontation between the human need and the unreasonable silence of the world. That unreasonable silence of the world is what truth. It is always a moving target. Truth is the correctness of statements, but the openness of beings. Because that beings, those beings are dynamic. They are not static. And that dynamic nature is what makes it continuously possible to have mystery even after the completion of one of the knowing process of one aspect about any being. So we live within this horizon. As human beings, we exist between wonder and ignorance, and this is what keeps the inquiring process alive. It is what keeps us continuously humble, no matter what magnitude of discovery or scientific innovations that we come up with as human beings. So towards an ethics of epistemic humility, this is what the paper proposes to proposes as an approach for philosophers and scientists, both social and natural scientists, to recognize the limits and cultivate relevance and empathy, to have epistemic humility that counters arrogance of scientism. And this is an appreciation which this is an appreciation of our cognitive limitations itself, which is also an achievement, according to Nicholas Recher, who is an expert on this area of epistemic limitations. My conclusion on this paper, which I can vary based on the quality of feedback I will get from the audience, is that the silence of knowing is not a void, but the cosmic hum of existence itself. It is the rhythm of finitude and transcendence across all phases, all the four phases. And from the preconceptional silence that conceals the origin, which gives us a lot of debates about the origin of the soul in the fusion of the ovary and the sperm during the conception process, even when the conception process is done during an evil act, through the developmental silence of becoming in the womb, which now has also been advanced, which the conception can be done in a test tube. That is why science, natural and social science, must work hand in hand from a philosophical point of view. And the conscious humility of living, the transcendent silence beyond death, we can't explain. The human story is one of the continuous dialogues with the unknowable. As you can see, 75% of our existence is beyond our knowability or explanation. The mystery of being is therefore real, and it is not solved by knowledge, but deepened by the relevant awareness of its limits. So in this awareness, philosophy finds its truest vocation to listen to the silence that sustains all knowing. Thank you very much. Thank you, MC.
So thank you very much, Dr. Nyang'ao. So let's give him a round of applause. As he has indicated, as a by the way point, we are very much alive virtually. You can see people are following us. Some are sending congratulatory messages for the good papers, while others are raising questions. So we may be here, but we are being followed far and wide virtually. So thank you very much, Pauline Africa, for your media work. Now, allow me to call our second presenter this afternoon, Michael Wanyonyi Wekesa. The paper is entitled An Exposition of Gabriel Marcel's Concept of Being and Having in Responding to the Contemporary Challenge of Human Dignity. Michael Wanyonyi Wekesa is a lecturer both here at Consolata International University and at Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Mr. Michael Wanyonyi, welcome.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to get this golden opportunity to get to share my personal reflection from the main theme of the day, and perhaps what we get to think towards making our society better. Well, when you look at my topic, as it goes, an exposition of Gabriel Marcel's concept of being and having in responding to the contemporary challenge of human dignity. When I was personally reflecting upon this topic, I got it very practical, ideally because of the nature of how things happen in our society today. Getting to look at the different areas, the different sectors that are directly connected to the nature of how man manages his own life, or perhaps how an individual person understands himself. How you know yourself and you manage your surrounding is very relevant, perhaps not just because of the impact that you create in a society, but because of how you correlate with other people. Well, the main question that is being addressed on this very topic, that confronted with these two concepts, being and having, well, it takes center stage in one of the greatest philosophers of the time, called Gabriel Marcel. And these two concepts, in a way, they are related. They are convergent and divergent in their own particular ways that I would like to reflect with you this afternoon. Being as a concept in philosophy means the whatness of a thing, that which a thing in itself, or that which makes a thing to be what it is. On the other hand, having connotes the act of possessing something else, external to the being of man, external to the essence of our existence as human beings. This leads us to the main subject of discussion on the conflict that exists between being and having. Well, in the contemporary society, our society is gripped by a number of problems with regards to the acquisition and accumulation of resources with the view of gaining popularity and respect. If one has few resources, then that tells how he or she is respected and vice versa. This is a problem that has really demeaned humanity and reduced it to something else. That means human dignity as well as respect, perhaps for human rights, has been put at stake. In the bid to achieve the goal of acquiring and accumulating more and more, human rights are violated. And at the end result of this, it is the use of human beings as means of achieving our own ends, whereas human beings should be treated as ends in themselves. There is no available evidence, well, in case there is, but it has not been so much concentrated on. There is no much attention that has been put in addressing this very problem. Because you look even in our country today, for example, well, I would quote one great writer called Francis Imbuga. And in one of his books, he said that we are living in a man-eat-man society, where everybody is pursuing his personal interest, that everyone for himself and God for us all. And as a result, you find that there is an imbalance in our society. And how can we get to address this problem? Not that people are not aware, but perhaps the sensitivity and the genuine intention of realizing that we are all human and we are all aimed at supporting each other for a good coexistence, just like the existentialists would state. Well, I used Gabriel Marcel more specifically because of his French work that he wrote, originally in French, called Être avoir. Être avoir, which means being and having. Perhaps upon reflecting this great thinker, he's one of the unique characters who was a playwright, a literature critic, and a concert pianist whose philosophy was marked by emphasis on the concrete lived experience, which was existential in nature. Well, looking at how he reflects on the concept of being and having, Gabriel Marcel views the concept of being as being related to possession. Not being, the concept of being as, defining how relevant an individual's essence of existence can be. That means anything that is to happen or take place external to us is not of importance. But anything that is external to man should be one with man as a way of betterment of how man exists with others. Unlike the concept of having, where he says that it's related to participation, it's related to possession, control, and objectification. Well, as an existentialist, he got to be influenced with the people around him who philosophized at his time, and the existential school within the same time on the concept of being could say that existence precedes essence. Existence precedes essence. And this is to tell us that they demonstrated the value of existence. So friends, Marcel gets to take into task the belief of many that if one has a lot of possession, then he stands more respected, as I stated earlier. And humanity for him is more valuable than possession, and should therefore be accorded the respect it deserves regardless of the possessions. So he takes this as an issue because humanity has been eroded of the value and finally reduced to mere tools of some gain other than itself. Well, it is evident in the way people value work, for example, in industries, such that whether an employee is sick, that the employer would want it, even if an employee is sick, the employer would want work done. They do not look at the other side of the human part. I'm on the 10th slide. 10th. Well, what transpires from about is that Gabriel Marcel's philosophy is a philosophy of second thought. From that example, that Gabriel Marcel's philosophy is the philosophy of second thought. A reflection upon reflection as a means of restoring concreteness and the unity of living and thinking. Well, looking at the convergence and the divergence of being and having, according to him, there is a pivotal distinction between when you say, I am, and when you say, I have. When you say, I am, it clearly explains the nature of being, which is the common foundation and the unity of all beings. But on the other hand, when you say, I have, it in a way shows the power that keeps oneself. It does not define oneself, but it keeps oneself. Therefore, having in Marcel's understanding is the attitude of appropriation that man develops towards that which is surrounding him. And what somebody can be said to have is that which he has control and domain over. But when the relationship of having crosses its limit and rule over human beings, then it is very dangerous. And it sounds materialistic. It cannot extend the attitude of having to the realm of human beings. That is to say, practically, that a human person needs to have things in order to realize himself in the surrounding. But human reality then is a combination of being and having. The distinction is to draw attention to the irreducible character of the person guided by moral and cultural attitude. So when you talk about being and having, now to humanity itself, one way to come to a fuller understanding of being, according to Marcel, is to gain a full understanding, of having. Because out of gaining the full understanding of the having, that you will be able to manage it up with the main essence of our existence for better coexistence with other people, not to use others as means to achieving our ends. Well, with regards to freedom of being and the responsibility of having, a human two is of being present in the world. That is, we have and we are. Responsibility is a bond that unites the person to act. Accordingly, responsibility includes the fact that an act is knowingly chosen and carried out, and the act is voluntary. So the effect, well, that personal responsibility is very relevant with regards to that. Well, there's something that I've just come up with after the supremacy of being and having. The supremacy of being and having, that in the ascendancy of being over having, this world is transformed into a reservoir of liberty and joy which people can live. That sacrifice dedicates life to an unconditional eternal value of which we partake. And that it calls for an equilibrial way of living. That let's not see so much, let's not be possessed. Because that's what happens. That when somebody tests, in Swahili they say, maskini akipata, matako huliambwata. And that is a real justification and confirmation of what is happening. That when you have and you are not careful to understand how you manage the nature in which you have, you will not realize how you're going to negatively affect the people. And well, with having, if it becomes the predominant mode of life, then the questions that will come will be like, if you lose what you have, then who are you? Questions. When you lose what you have, whom do you become? What will you be beyond what you have? Because today you never know the philosophy of life. Tomorrow you become something else. So in the case where everyone wants to have, then the neighbor becomes a threat, a rival, a competitor who must be overcome because he can take away the value of what you have and hence endanger your sense of self-worth. That is very, very, very big problem. So, friends, towards concluding, that when being has priority over having, it mobilizes human efforts and resources in recreating this ambivalence world. That the priority of being over having enhances our participation and rootedness in being. And by participation in being, a person becomes more perspective and sensitive, loving and spiritual because of the essential security of the intrinsic worth. Therefore, in conclusion, that in being human, education is the equalizer because it is still the true that the mind is the standard of human understanding as stated by Socrates. And once I quote Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, one of his greatest speeches on the decolonization of the mind and the understanding of Africa, he said that no matter how tall you are, if your mind does not work well, you're just but a tall fool. So, being should be given priority, especially when compared to having. And this is due to the fact that being is about the dignity of a human person who is an end in himself, while having is about what is at the disposal of man as a means of achieving his end. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause as well. Thank you very much, Michael, for that attempt in this ambiguity, being and having. And I'm sure they are jotting down questions so that when you have Q&A, question and answer, you'll know who to direct your question to. Allow me to welcome our third presenter, Reverend Dr. John Ndua, AJ. And Reverend is going to talk to us about the digital world, anthropological implications and challenges. Now, Father John Mundua is a lecturer both at Apostles of Jesus and at Tengaza University. Dr. John Mundua, welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. This topic that I'm going to present to you, as it was said by the MC, I'm going to give an overview, not going to read. And I will appreciate your questions, which will help in the publication of, possible publication of this paper. Digital world, anthropological challenges. But what I intend to say here is safeguarding the human irreducible. When you sit here, where I've sat here and I've seen people in front of me, 60% of the people have their phones in their hands, either interacting right now with it or just holding it. This brings the relevance of this topic immediately. That people are here and they are not here at the same time, you see, in courts. Bilocation was a mystic privilege to few people like Padre Pio, but today we can bilocate. That's why people have their phones, they are digital present somewhere, and physical present here. So this is what I'm going to present, the challenges of the digital world. The content of this presentation will be, we understand what the digital world is and what digital technology is. Then number two, decoupling of digital technology, which leads to what I call re-ontologization and re-epistemologization. Then the consequences of this, and we look at the human being, what the human being irreducibly is, and perhaps we link the effect of digital world or digital technology to what a human being is. There we see the challenges. We cannot wish away the gains of digital technology and the digital world. At the same time, it presents challenges to our functioning as human beings. So we must be aware of this crossroad, that we live in a crossroad of benefits and the challenges of the digital world and the digital culture. Now, the world is a concept in philosophy that has been defined from ancient philosophy up to contemporary philosophy. In ancient philosophy, the world is defined in a cosmological sense. For example, Epicurus defines the world as a determined portion of the universe that contains the stars, the earth, and the physical phenomena. But if you come to like Marcel, he gives a phenomenological perspective. So Wittgenstein, he still adds another perspective and defines the world as all that happens. So all these perspectives, if we put them together, they help us to understand what the world is. Technology or digital world is the world that is imbued by digital technology. And digital technology is a form of technology that is based on the use of algorithms and whose operation is dependent heavily on what is called artificial intelligence. And this artificial intelligence refers to the capacity of information system that is built to realize activities that will ordinarily require human intelligence to execute. Things like recognizing images, learning, interpreting data, taking decisions, understanding natural language. These ordinarily are these are functions of human intelligence. But artificial intelligence is capable of replicating this, the functionality of human intelligence into algorithms and the replication of these functions. So digital technology is, we look at technology in 3 ways. There are 3 levels of technology. The first is called first order technology. Technology is interaction between a human being and another thing as a medium. So human being uses a technology to interact with something. In the first order technology, there's a mediation between being and the nature. And I've used the example. If I put sunglasses to protect me from the sun glass is a technology between me and the sun. This is the first order technology. That means interaction between the human being and the nature. The second order technology is a mediation between the human being and another technology. For example, somebody operating an engine, a pilot piloting a plane. This is the second order. The human being is interacting with another technology. There's the third order technology where the human being, unfortunately, is outside the loop. It is interaction between a technology and another technology through another technology. And therefore, the human being is outside the loop. For example, when a robot is used to paint a car, operated from a computer, even if the human being is the one touching the mouse, this is a technology, it is an interaction between this computer, the robot, and the work it is doing. And in the third order technology, the human being is outside the loop. And for this, third order technology is a technology that operates by itself. And digital technology is third order technology. So let us look at what is called the coupling that has been brought by digital technology. Decoupling is separation of things that are natural coupled, like a couple that exists together in human operation, in the operation of human intelligence. So you separate them and you attempt to retain their functionality. Decoupling, for example, of intelligence and consciousness. Because human intelligence is conscious. Human intelligence is intelligence that is self-aware. But artificial intelligence is not an intelligence that is conscious. So digital technology decouples intelligence from consciousness and puts intelligence in an unconscious being. For example, a computer or a metal, and it runs it. That is the first decoupling. The other one is decoupling of intelligence and agency. The human being, the human intelligence is coupled natural with the agents, because the human intelligence is intentional. Human intelligence has what is called interiority. But when you decouple agents and intelligence, you create something like a robot that, in quotes, can make decisions when the algorithms are fixed, arranged. This is not an agent. It's not a moral agent, though is an intelligent artifact. So here is a decoupling of intelligence and agents. Another decoupling which I want to discuss for this paper is the decoupling of presence and location. When human beings are present to each other, there's presence and sharing of the same location. Now, artificial intelligence decouples this. It separates presence, and somebody can be present without being geographically located in the same place. And that is the meaning of presence in the digital world. When we have online meetings, online classes, all these, people are present digitally, but they are not present geographically, sharing the same location. So this decoupling of presence and geolocation is another transformation which we are going to see that affects human beings in the digital world. So now, what are the consequences of these three levels of decoupling? Decoupling of intelligence and consciousness. Decoupling of intelligence and agency. Decoupling of presence and geographical location or geolocation. What are the consequences of this to human beings? And that is why we have used the term here, re-ontologization and re-epistemologization. Because these things alter the way we look at reality. They alter how realities relate to each other. That means what the ontological relationship between presence and the location, geolocation, is changed. When we talk of I am present in the digital world, is different from when you are saying I am present outside the digital world. So, and once this reality is changed, our perception, that is the epistemological dimension of it, is also changed. How we understand ourselves. Now, what are the consequences of this? Now, one of them is what is called the commercialization of intelligence. Commercialization of intelligence. Intelligence is separated from presence, is consciousness and agents, and you are able to sell it. So when we go to buy phones, iPhone has gone to iPhone 17, and very soon they're going to begin advertising iPhone 18. They are selling intelligence, because artificial intelligence, this phone is able to run by itself, is able to do many things, and the consequence of this commercialization of intelligence is what is called technological polarization and marginalization. Africa does not have the Silicon Valley. Kenya does not have what maybe China has, what America has. So as intelligence is being sold, human beings are not using now the intelligence that is natural, and we have been fed by an intelligence that is sold to us. And psychologists will explain that this has now effect on how we function. The addictions that come. If power goes off, people now get depressed because there's no Wi-Fi, they can't access their phone. People become moody because we are somehow now dependent on the phone. Every time people are checking their pockets, whether they have carried their phone or not. This is the consequence. There's what is called now the dictatorship of algorithm. We're in a culture where algorithms have taken over. If you want to settle election disputes, let us go to algorithms. If you want to dispute something here, let us go to algorithms. So algorithms have taken over and we are becoming actual servants. They have become dictators to us. If something is not in Google, it is not true. This is a kind of culture then we live in. This goes against the human elements that I've written here. One, conscious intelligence. Human intelligence is conscious. Human intelligence is embodied. Because human intelligence is embodied, human being is a relational being. The immersion of human beings in the corporal world is understood not just as individuals, but interaction of embodied intelligence, embodied agents. So there's a way intelligence that is cut from embodiment, intelligence that is severed from agency has destroyed the human relationship. That's why I say we can be here and we're not interacting with each other, but we're interacting with the people who are not here, virtual people. So how we relate in a family, people could all be there, but they are not there. Because they are present digitally. They are present to other people virtually, but they are not present to the embodied human beings that are close to them. It has affected our relationality. The last part, I think on the last one, is vulnerability. Human beings are vulnerable. The first speaker talked about here. The computer or a robot updates itself. There's a software that updates itself. But the human being updates himself when he lives in a community through moral formation, correction, through interaction with the others. That is how we become perfect. That's how we perfect ourselves and grow for our vulnerability. This, when you remove intelligence from embodiment and put it in artifacts, and it runs itself the way software updates itself, this is a characteristic of the human person because it negates what is called human vulnerability. So lastly, what is the way forward? The way forward I've proposed here is that we should have a continuous ethical debate about digital world, about artificial intelligence, about the gadgets. We cannot wish them away, but these debates must be continuous because the evolution of this technology is also continuous, so that we must engage in a discourse and education that puts the human person at the center. The first two speakers have talked about the human person at the center as an end in itself, not as a means. So digital technology and culture should not overturn the supremacy of the human person, but it should serve the human person. So debates and the education system that highlights human dignity and retains digital technology as a tool other than as a core moral, in quotes, a core agent to the human person, will lead to the destruction of the human person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Mundia, for this very intriguing and thought-provoking presentation, particularly touching on artificial intelligence. Let's give Father another round of applause. Thank you very much. Indeed, Father, as you are presenting, I went to Meta, artificial intelligence, and I asked, write a paper on human condition. And it has generated for me a paper with a title, The Human Condition, an Exploration of Existence. And the paper has paragraph, even has section. The first section, the search for meaning. The second section, the nature of suffering. Artificial intelligence is telling us about the nature of our own suffering. The third section, the human quest for connection and transcendence. The third, the role of morality. What we just said, artificial intelligence, that is my fifth paragraph on my paper. And it has given me conclusion, and it has given me references. I have references from Frankl, Nietzsche, and Heidegger. Within a touch of a button, I have a paper. Now this is the time for questions. Father Mundia, is it not our human intelligence now at risk of death? If, while you are talking, touch of a button, I have a paper. Comparing to how much you struggled to write yours. My reliance on this, does it not point at the death of human mind? I never thought about it. The technology has just generated for me a paper. So I never thought about it. But I can stand here and read for you a paper. It's not mine. So where is the ethical boundary when people rely on artificial intelligence and pretend it is their own intellectual production? May I now open floor to the participants? Kindly one question per person and identify the person to respond to.
Though it is one question, but I have three questions. The first question goes to Dr. Nyang'ao. The first question goes to Dr. Nyang'ao. How does the silence of knowing illustrate the relationship between wisdom, contemplation, and inner peace in philosophy? The second question goes to Dr. Michael Wanyonyi. How does the distinction between being and having shape our understanding of human existence and identity? And the last question finally goes to the same person, Dr. Michael Wanyonyi. Can one's sense of being be lost when life becomes centered on having? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, all of you. I've been following all the presentations from morning through online because I was away in Kitale. And I have arrived safely. Thanks be to God. I have liked the presentation of my student, Mike. And I want Mike, you elaborate for this group. Well, you have presented well the concept of Gabriel Marcel on being and having. Bear in mind that Gabriel Marcel was a personalistic philosopher together with Jacques Maritain, John Paul II, and the rest. And they have sent out their presentation in the personhood. Can you try to relate being and having with intersubjectivity?
Thank you. I want to thank all the three presenters for enlightening us. My student, well done, Dr. Dionysius Nyang'ao. Daktari, what is the issue? Daktari, when I looked at the title, the limits, epistemic limits, I was going to look at the adjective qualifying the limit. I thought the topic would be epistemic limit of something, but I simply saw epistemic limit and what? The mystery something. What is the topic? Epistemic limits and the mystery of being.
Yes, I can restate the topic.
Then I heard you talk about epistemic existential limits. Then you came to Immanuel Kant and talk about Kant's critical, transcendental, unknowable. Now, how do you now, when you are talking about the epistemic limit, because when you are talking about epistemic limit, something to do with epistemology, knowledge, but you brought in Wittgenstein with this famous quotation between what we can speak about in German, sagen, and what we cannot speak about in German, zeigen, but only resort to silence. So why are you bringing in Wittgenstein here when the problem of Wittgenstein was not epistemological, but linguistic, semantical? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. My question goes to Father. How you presented on AI. So what is the need of the mind while AI can produce everything? Taking an example of a cut that I did. I did a cut, I got 22 over 30. A fellow student did the same cut, used AI, and got 27 over 30. And a lecturer who gave the cut used the mind, and he couldn't detect the AI. Thank you.
Okay, first I would like to thank all our presenters for nice presentation. So my question goes to Dr. Wanyonyi. You have talked about Gabriel Marcel having a being. So my question is this. I request you please to explain how does the interconnection between having and being reflect the dynamics of our modern culture of consumerism. Thank you.
Let me go first, since I was the first one.
Okay, let's be attentive to responses.
Thank you. I'll also be happy to answer follow-up questions even through my email, in case my audio responses are not satisfactory or exhaustive. I'm so sorry I didn't get the name of the first asker, but I know I have the question. How does the silence of knowing impact on wisdom, inner peace, and contemplation in philosophy? Philosophy is generally classified as an art. So we know that as students of philosophy, we learn by asking, even when we do not know, even when we genuinely do not have answers to the questions that we ask. The questions themselves are authentic and they have a specific place in the learning process of philosophy. Now, as an art, philosophy can also be carried out through contemplation, through asking questions, including those for whose answers we don't have and we may never have. Inner peace falls slightly outside the traditional classifications of philosophy because it goes slightly to psychology. And remember, in our intellectual formation process, we do introduction to psychology. I cannot be an expert of this, unfortunately. But wisdom is a very specific concept that is within our discipline and which is directly influenced through the actions, reactions, or inactions that are based on somebody's knowledge and attitude, based on the information and the processes and experiences. It speaks to the possibility of going through the same experience and having different outcomes, even by persons with almost similar homogeneous characteristics, because each human life, each human learning process is a unique experience in its own way. And that is why the outcomes of the learning process are never the same. We try to discuss about general characteristics, but we may never have a uniform approach which can result into something measurable, which we can say, now, when you go through this, therefore the outcome will be happiness. Some people are very happy, and yet they are very minimal. You can meet a very satisfied person who is not even putting on shoes, who has 1 meal a day. Very satisfied, very happy. Another one with more than enough, but very dissatisfied, very sad. And the opposite, regardless of their level of knowledge. Sometimes even the success levels from social science perspective are not dependent on the material ownership or the level of knowledge. In very extreme cases, sometimes the amount of knowledge is inversely proportional to the level of happiness. It's a very unique, very sad experience. In some cases, it happens. Now to my professor, and Prof, you forgive me, I forgot to acknowledge you. When I was starting, you were not in the room. Yes, this this topic, the silence of knowing, epistemic limits, and the mystery of being human, is a difficult topic even to me as the researcher and presenter. There are many questions in this topic which I have not answered. In fact, my intention to refer to Wittgenstein, for example, and Hegel is an attempt to bring out the conflict, to show how there is lack of uniformity, lack of consensus, which points out to that limitation. If there are two intellectual minds who are not able to agree on something, that for philosophy, in my view, is a very good thing. And that points to the fact that, yes, we are limited by the very fact that we do not have a uniform, universal, agreeable explanation about a specific concept, even in philosophy. So I have come to learn and to appreciate that even experts can have different expert opinions about the same thing. And that is actually the limitation that this paper intends to also bring out, so that we see these limitations are not just ontological, metaphysical. And then the second part of this question, when I began this paper, I acknowledged that it is not possible to classify exclusively the discussions and the thematic areas of the paper in one area of philosophy. For example, in the theory of knowledge, I have done some studies on these metaphysics and epistemology, and I discovered, for example, that for us to have the object of, for us to have knowledge, which is a concept, which is an idea, which is justified, which is true, and which is believed, it implies that the necessity of the existence of the person who knows is as important as the necessity of the object of knowledge. Now, in philosophical anthropology, the limitation comes because the two are sometimes not separated, and that in the paper is acknowledged as a limitation which can be eliminated through further studies in philosophy. And as I said, some of these studies, especially if they are taking an anthropological angle, they may not necessarily take a philosophical approach entirely. They will necessarily require a qualitative empirical approach. I sometimes pause and observe how certain people practice certain activities in certain cultures just to extract some knowledge for my anthropological consumption and writing of the paper. Even when I sit in defenses and I see students being asked, why have you not collected empirical data? And you are a PhD student, a master's student. I go back to my mind and say, is it true that our discipline is exclusively non-empirical? My opinion is that it is not exclusively non-empirical. Thank you. I will continue to learn more from you, Prof. And I'm so happy for the questions you asked. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You have observed a nice pattern of the professors checking how their students are doing. And the same with him. Mr. Karaoke is my teacher of epistemology in Apostles of Jesus. So he's also a teacher asking a student, just like the others. The first question came from him, and I want to combine this question with the other one, because your question was, is human intelligence not at the risk of death? He asks a question, is there need of the mind? I mean, I think when we have AI doing everything, I combine these two questions together. Yes, Prof, the human mind is at the risk of death if we don't use artificial intelligence ethically. You see, you have generated a paper within one minute. A paper, how long will a student take to write that paper? Maybe 1 month if it is quality. But just after, in a span of a minute, there's a paper generated. Because what has happened there is there are algorithms that are already set. The artificial intelligence supersedes human intelligence in functionality and speed. Especially when it comes to processing of information. What it does is it processes information. If you say, write a paper of this, what it does is it goes to the data and rearranges works that were already published and books, and there's a capacity of processing it at a speed that the human mind cannot. And it generates a paper. Now, the risk is this. If the students who are studying in the Consolata International University from today generate papers in this way, what will be the quality of the graduates from this university in 3 years? You get the point? Yeah. Because we must cultivate ethics of using artificial intelligence. If not, I use a certain explanation from a philosopher whom I've studied very much, Alice de McIntyre. He explains a concept called the practice. And in this practice, he talks about the internal good and external good. And he gives example of chess. When you are playing chess, or the game, the good of the chess, the game of chess, the internal good is to be a good player of chess. And to be a good player of chess, there's no other route other than playing chess continuously and observing all the rules of chess. But this does not mean that you cannot win the game of chess if you are not a good player. You can still win the game of chess through cheating, through other means. But you are not a good player of chess. The good player of chess is the one who plays it honestly. And so the same. If you pass exams because you use the AI, the marks show that you have passed exams. But do you know that material? That is the internal good. That means the ethics of sincerity comes in. So those are the limitations. Number two, you see, technological revolution, especially digital revolution, is, I think, the third major revolution. The third major revolution in human history. There are other minor ones. There was the agrarian revolution, if you remember. The agrarian revolution was when agriculture became mechanized and so on. What it produced was labor deficit. And this revolution was in the West. And where did the West get labor from? From Africa. And that was the origin of slave trade. Slaves were taken from Africa to go and work in plantations and so on, because there was a deficit of labor created by the agrarian revolution, especially with the mechanization of agriculture. After the agrarian revolution, there was the industrial revolution. Industrial revolution created a deficit of raw materials. And where did they get the raw materials? From Africa. Africa suffered the second blow of revolution. And that is why there was a partition of Africa. The colonialists came looking for minerals, raw materials for their industries in the Western world. So Africa suffered the first blow of supplying slaves during the agrarian revolution. During the Industrial Revolution, Africa suffered the second blow of our materials, raw materials taken there. There's the third revolution, which is now the digital revolution. And as I said, do we have Silicon Valley in Africa? The danger is that Africa may also just be consumers of digital technology. We are just consuming. We are just consuming, and we are not contributing anything in the development of digital technology. So this is how we are going to suffer another blow as Africans if we are not serious. So we should not be only people who suffer these revolutions, but we should be also those who enjoy the benefits of the revolution. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you so much for the questions that have been raised by each one of you. And I would like to respond categorically, beginning from the first person. The first question that was raised was on the concept of being and having, and how perhaps existence and, having and being, and how it impacts existence and our identity as humans. Well, I'll begin by explaining what Gabriel Marcel presents. He says that in the process of self-discovery, just like Martin Heidegger when he was explaining the concept of the Dasein, that a human being is subjected to the process of being thrown in the world purposely for the process of self-discovery. Self-discovery of things that are external to us, okay? You begin by knowing yourself. That means having things external to us take precedence, then our identity as human beings is directly affected. So that is why perhaps this is a form of sensitization and making us aware that this is a problem that has existed since and it needs to be addressed. If it has not been given the seriousness that it deserves, then there is need for us to be aware. Perhaps even in the Bible they say, well, you'll be judged. Supposing God comes here today and he says, well, you knew that you are not supposed to go to point A and you went. And then somebody else, he did not know that he was not supposed to go to point A and he went. Well, these two people, you are aware, you are conscious, but you did against what was supposed to be done. That is unethical. But, well, for those who do not know, now at least we know it's a problem that needs to be addressed. It's a problem that needs to be looked into. Then another question was with regards to the sense of being, having been lost because of the possession and how people get to be overpossessed by the fact that they have. Take a practical example in our society. I want you to go deep because as philosophy students we are reflective. You imagine the situation. Okay. You imagine as a philosophy student having a rich man and a poor man. Well, these two people are human, but put together on stage here, who will be given precedence, who will be prioritized on anything, is because the guy who has will be prioritized. And that means it's a problem. So friends, it is the same thing, the same question but repeated in a different way. That means it is something that needs to be addressed and all of us need to be aware. Father Alex asked about how intersubjectivity gets to be related with the concept of being and having. I'll begin by answering it from a linguistic perspective and use an example. In a sentence is made up of the subject and the object. When I say Michael is a student, that means the act of being a student is a quality in me and is something that is within me. So my being, well, gets to be impacted positively out of the fact that what is external to me makes me a better person. And intersubjectivity presupposes, and I quote one of our greatest professors around who wrote, Reverend Dr. Gregory, who wrote on intersubjectivity, and in his book he has stated that intersubjectivity, it is the relational perspectives where humans interact not as objects but as subjects. And that means it's the same thing that Gabriel Marcel embraces and says that, well, when you look at the objective relationship of humans is partial, unlike the subjective relationship that binds us, that has purpose, that has meaning, that explains our identity. I suppose I've responded to that. Then, when I was reflecting upon the last question asked by on modern culture and consumerism in the nature of being and having. Actually, before I developed this topic, my previous topic was existence over accumulation, a metaphysical response to alienation and identity loss in a consumer society through Gabriel Marcel's philosophy of being and having. That was my previous topic. But perhaps I interchanged it because I did not want to directly encounter and talk about the concept of culture. But it explores the domination of having, which leads to alienation, and that is very right. And it affects our cultural grounds as humans, our authentic self, and the loss of our true selfhood. So drawing from what Gabriel Marcel presents to us, he is just but a figure that we are using to make this reality come to be known. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Michael. I know I stood up. Sorry for the pressure. It's time that's also squeezing me. Let's give these are my students. I taught each one of them. So let them a round of applause. All right. So my students, as you exit the seat, allow me to invite another cluster of presenters. Yes. You can see how I'm productive. Eh? Yes. So now the other set of presenters this afternoon, Jacob Oreki Kubasu. Please come, take your seat. Babitimo Innocent Machero Constantino. Our very own. Thirdly, Brenda Rizon Sapuro. Pardon my pronunciation if it is not correctly articulated. Now, please, my dear presenters, speak to us about your paper. Don't read the paper in the interest of time, because you'll have a chance to further elaborate when they pose a question. And when we ask a question, if the first presenter has been questioned, don't question him again or her. Ask a question to the second presenter. Well then, at this point, may I welcome here at the podium Jacob Oreki Kubasu, who is from Strathmore University. And the title is Ethical Frontiers of That Word, a Kantian and Hegelian Analysis of Genome Editing. Welcome.
Thank you. You also happen to be my professor, because this is my alma mater. Thank you, and I'll go direct because of the interest of time, and many of the topics already have been discussed. And ethical editing through CRISPR. CRISPR is a technology that is able to edit our genes to the preference of what a human person prefers to. And with that, move directly to explaining what the human genome is, what is the biological manual that is the one that guides life and identity. And as a matter of fact, we share 50% of our DNA from our biological father and 50% from our biological mother, but we are not identical to them, and that makes us unique. So this technology, clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeat, it's a novel technology discovered in 2012, which is quite accurate, affordable, and it's a gene editing technology which is able to edit the genome. Genome means it edits our DNA, and our DNA that is edited by this germline editing, we are able to pass it to the next generations, as opposed to what we had, somatic genetic editing, that only affected the individual or the subject. So to edit the code of life is to touch the foundation of what we have. Now, in this case, we have a human condition which is under crisis because we have an emergency of designer babies, where an individual is able to go to the laboratory or to the doctor and tell the doctor, these are the preferences of the child that I want. I want someone who is capable intellectually, tall, dark, and you give the specifications to the technician, and he will be able to actually provide that. And that is not just a theoretical aspect of this matter, because it has already happened in China in 2018, where one of the doctors was able to genetically write and modify 2 children. So it raises the question of going against the natural selection, as we had been told before by Charles Darwin. And remember, immediately after Charles Darwin's selection, we had a kind of movement called eugenics. Eugenics was that movement that supported that people with low quality of intellectuality or poor mentality, people who are poor inherently, should be sterilized so that they do not procreate. So if by any chance you are poor, or you are not, you had criminal mind, by then you could be sterilized not to produce or to produce some other creatures like you. So there is ethical tension where we have this DNA, genetic technology, which is able to heal. Because initially it was meant to heal diseases like sickle cell anemia, which are hereditary, Huntington's, and cancer. So that means that if it is put into the right use, we are able to get the healing. But here we have a contrary opinion where people go there for perfection. And if I want a perfect human being, I'm able to just walk into the laboratory and get the preferences of what I want. We've had diversity and people having different talent. But as we move forward, it means that it's going to have what we call a contradict, where people want to conform with what is going on. Like right now, everybody needs to have a phone, everybody needs, and these are contemporary crises that we are experiencing as human beings, because we like to conform, to be where other people are. It has also commodified life to the extent that a person is no longer just defined as a person, but as a product. Because tell me, if you are able to go to the laboratory and ask of a person you need, that means you're not asking for a human being, but you're asking for a product, and you're gonna pay dearly. Humanity now stands at a crossroad between hope and hubris, progress and peril. We are not so sure of where we are heading. But now, let's take a look on what Kant will say. Kant on man and nature, he will say that man is a rational, moral agent, and only being capable of moral law and duty, the human dignity and moral autonomy. People must never be used as mere means to an end, but their moral worth lies in the capacity to will moral ends, not as species members. So in all this, as we have been discussing the technological advancement, the question still remains that at what point of human life does a human begin, or at what time do we start to refer that this is a human person? And if we are able to identify that, then we'll be able to give people the autonomy to choose. And if that's the choices they're making, are we able to give them the consent that the future generations are giving the consent of what is being edited? That is not just impossible, but it can never happen. So we ask ourselves the dignity and the kingdom of ends, where dignity is intrinsic and not just assigned by a society or institutions. So every rational being is a law-making member in the kingdom of ends. And societies must organize themselves around the respect for human dignity and equality. So life is not means of preferences, as Kant would prefer it. So the ethics of enhancement, as we say that at this point, even if you go to football world, you will realize that there are cases of athletes trying to dope so that they have a super kind of mechanical energy that supersedes others, and they still want to participate in the same competition. So the question is, are we playing God in deciding who should exist and how they should exist? We are also running introducing diversity and embracing perfection. That if I'm not intellectually gifted, I'm not supposed to be here. There is something we call genetic elitism, creating classes based on genes. That means that we will not be able to coexist because some of us have been enhanced intellectually or body-wise. So it runs into what we call commodification of life and ends up making products instead of persons. So the paper finds out there is no informed consent as there is compromise in germline editing. The public supports therapeutic use, which is supposed to heal but not to enhance. And CRISPR could increase inequality between the rich and the poor. That is to say that it only exacerbates the already created classes of the haves and the have-nots. So we must respect people, and with that, the autonomy and dignity of a human person must remain. We have to ensure that in any case that this technology is allowed to take place, there must be justice to accesses and benefits. But as our previous presenters have already said, that Africa has always been suffering in all the revolutions. So at this point also, the question is, the only people with good money will be able to have this technology. But at the same time, we will have to compete with them equally in the world. So it promotes transparent and public dialogue. We have to engage religious and humanitarian aspects to advise or in advancing these technologies. We should not just leave it only to scientific advancements. So we have also to advocate for global ethical regulations as philosophers, and that is our core call. So in conclusion, CRISPR is a powerful but very fragile tool that if let into the public, it's going to have to harm humanity rather than to create a good or coexistent environment that it was first made for. So there also ethical regulation is essential to balance the innovation and moral duty. So philosophy should always provide a critical and ethical insights and an urgent need to global justice. As I lay to my seat, I'll write you with this powerful connotation that the power to rewrite life is the power to redefine humanity. Let it be guided by wisdom. Thank you.
Very much. Our presenter, Jacob, again, another round of applause. Another very, very contemporary problem of the CRISPR-Cas, that you can choose the kind of person you want to make. But we shall interact when the questions come. May I invite now your very own Babito Innocent Machero Constantino. Welcome to talk to us about freedom, existential and political dimension.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, friends and colleagues. It is an honor to stand before you on this special occasion of today, a celebration of critical thought, human dignity, and shared inquiry. Today, I will be presenting my article entitled Freedom, Existential, and Political Dimensions, in which I explore freedom not merely as a political concept, but as a profound existential condition. Then here we go with the introduction of my work. Here, freedom is one of the most revered and contested concepts in human history. As we gather here today on this special occasion of the World Philosophy Day, it is quite fitting to reflect on the profound question, what does it mean to be free as a human? At the next slide, we look at the core objectives and the goals of the presentation of this study, of this paper. Studying freedom in both existential and political dimensions serves to deepen our understanding of what it means to be human, how we relate to others, ourselves, and the society, and how we can shape our lives individually and collectively. Also, the second point is to explore the nature, limits, and the possibilities of human freedom, both as a personal existential condition and as a political and social right, thereby empowering individuals to act authentically, responsible in shaping lives and society. Then the other one is to analyze how freedom has been defined philosophically, politically, and traditional. So the next slide. Then we look at existential freedom, the burden and beauty of choice. As taught by Reverend Dr. Gregory Musheka, PhD, man is condemned to be free. That is what Father Gregory taught me, that man is condemned to be free, a statement which was made by a French philosopher called Jean-Paul Sartre. This powerful statement by Sartre captures the paradox of human freedom. To exist as a human is to be free, yet that very freedom can be both a burden and a gift. Also, what is existential freedom here? Rooted in existential philosophy, especially Sartre, Camus, and Soren Kierkegaard. I knew about Soren Kierkegaard through our very own doctor here, that is Dr. Opio, Soren Kierkegaard, a Dutch philosopher. Freedom is not just political or social, but deeply personal and ontological. It means that we are free to choose who we become, and we have to bear full responsibility for whatever choices we make in life. Another statement also by Jean-Paul Sartre, a French philosopher, is, man is nothing else but what he makes of himself. Here, this kind of freedom is existential, a freedom of consciousness. It asks, who am I? Am I living authentically or in bad faith, pretending that my choices are dictated by external forces when in fact I am responsible? At the next slide. Then talking about Soren Kierkegaard on existential philosophy. Soren Kierkegaard is a Dutch philosopher, often considered the father of existentialism, offered a deep psychological and a spiritual account of human freedom. Unlike later existentialists like Sartre, who emphasize freedom in secular and social terms, Kierkegaard rooted his idea of freedom in the individual's relationship with themselves, with despair, and ultimately with God. At the heart of Kierkegaard's view is the idea that freedom is both a gift and a burden, something that makes us uniquely human, but also opens us to anxiety and despair. For Kierkegaard, freedom is the defining condition of being human. Freedom means facing the reality that our lives are open-ended. Every moment we must choose, and those choices define who we are. Then political freedom, rights, power, and participation. While existential freedom speaks to our internal condition, political freedom refers to our external reality, the system that governs society, distribute power, and shape our collective life. Political freedom involves liberty, justice, and equality. It is the freedom to speak, to associate, to believe, and participate in political life. Philosophers such as John Locke, an English philosopher, and Jean Rousseau, and also Hannah Arendt, a German and American historian and philosopher, deeply shaped our understanding of this freedom. Locke emphasized individual rights and the need for limited government. Freedom is secured through private property and protections. Rousseau introduced the idea of the general will, where freedom means obeying the laws one has hand in making. Anna viewed political freedom not as a private withdrawal, but has active participation in the public spheres, the capacity to act in consent with others. According to Martin Heidegger's concept, Martin Heidegger is a German philosopher. According to his concept, that freedom is not about individual or self-determination in the traditional sense. Instead, he emphasized that freedom has the opening up of Dasein, the human existence, to be itself. It is about letting being be, allowing them to reveal themselves in their truths rather than imposing our own will or interpretations upon them. This involves a kind of letting go and openness to the world, which Heidegger terms as releasement. The existential and political dimensions of freedom are deeply connected and sometimes in tension. For example, a person may have political rights but still feel existentially trapped by cultural norms, by anxiety, or by internalized oppression. Conversely, someone might feel inwardly free but live under a regime that denies them basic right. True freedom cannot be imposed, it must be lived. Then, in our conclusion, because I was told by Dr. Karaoke, who is also my lecturer here, you can just imagine, these people all are my lecturers, and I'm the only student here. I wonder. He told me to be brief, that's why I have to be brief here in the conclusion of my work. With his existential freedom, calls us to live authentically, to choose consciously and to embrace the weight of our freedom. Political freedom demands that we build societies where such authenticity is possible, where power is shared, voices are heard, and dignity is protected. Politically, freedom is the architecture of rights, institutions, and civic participation that enable individuals to exercise their agency within a shared social framework. In bridging these realms, we affirm that freedom is not a static ideal, but a dynamic process, one that must continually be defended, reimagined, and emboldened. Therefore, the pursuit of freedom is the pursuit of a life worthy living and a society worthy sustaining. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom, existential and political dimension, by Bichimo Innocent Marcelo, a third-year student. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Babi Timo, for your good work. So let's give him applause. Thank you. Sorry, I'm asking everybody to be brief, so it's not that I harassed you. May I now invite Brenda Sapuro to present or to talk to us, not to read, to talk to us, Brenda, the ICJ advisory. This is an advisory. So let's advise us. The ICJ advisory opinion on climate change, advancing human rights, intergenerational equity, and climate justice in Africa. She is, of course, from here, CIU. And this intergenerational, sijui kama kuna Gen Zs. Welcome, Brenda.
I think I'm shorter than the podium. So good afternoon all. this afternoon, I would like to take you through a journey of an intersection of the law and philosophy in the most recent jurisprudence and international jurisprudence on climate change. So allow me to begin from the point of how this was initiated by young scholars, students, and perhaps inspire in our young ones the nature of, and the courage of advocacy. So throughout this presentation, I will basically argue that the ICJ, which is the International Court of Justice, allow me to use the word ICJ, advisory opinion, constitutes a philosophical watershed moment for basically 3 reasons. First, it establishes a juridical framework for understanding climate responsibilities. Secondly, it articulates specific obligations towards vulnerable populations. Here we'll be looking at the persons from indigenous communities, and also we as Africans and the global south. And thirdly, it creates a foundation of intergenerational justice by recognizing our duties to future generations. So we explore the philosophical dimensions of a remarkable journey, and like I said, we'll begin with the genesis of this climate justice milestone. In March 2023, 27 determined law students from the University of the South Pacific in Fiji represented various Pacific island nations, and they basically approached the government of Vanuatu at one of the conference of parties, which is what we call COP, and they asked that their nations were basically being submerged. They were watching themselves losing their territories, and they said that indeed the climate crisis is actually a human rights issue, and they wanted the government of Vanuatu to take this to the International Court of Justice. And the government took this up, and it was supported by an overwhelming 131 countries that basically demonstrated global solidarity, and the ICJ accepted this matter, and the case began in July of 2025. And I must say that in Africa, our very own Consolata International University goes into history as the only African university that participated in the proceedings and provided a live sharing and hosting of these proceedings. So for Africa, this opinion basically transforms the abstract of climate commitments into what we would consider to be concrete legal duties that would establish foundations for climate justice, human rights protection, and the potential for reparations through the lens of decolonization and the decolonization that has occurred and continues to occur, especially in this climate crisis. So having explored this genesis, it would be good to a deeper philosophical dimension of climate change as a crisis of our time. What we face is not merely an environmental challenge, but an existential threat that demands a fundamental reconsideration of humanity's relationship with the natural world and with one another. Throughout history, we have recognized that humanity's greatest challenge often prompts our deepest reflections on meaning and purpose. Climate change definitely represents such a crisis. It threatens not only our physical survival, but the very foundations of human dignity and flourishing. In the African context, this crisis is particularly acute as the continent basically faces disproportionate climate impacts, despite the fact that historically it has contributed the least towards climate degradation. So the opinion marks a critical juncture where legal obligations intersect with moral responsibilities. It challenges us to reimagine our relationship with the planet and with each other. As African philosophers, Bujo reminds us, the ethical responsibility for life extends beyond the individual to embrace the community, including future generations and the natural environment. This resonates deeply with the ICJ's recognition that climate action is essential to safeguard human dignity for all. And it emerges as a central, the element of responsible care for our common home would emerge as a central philosophical pillar that is echoed in this advisory opinion. Now, having looked at this, we would now look at the key findings that would transform the abstract moral concerns into concrete legal obligations. And the significance of this cannot be overstated. For the first time, the world's highest court, which is the International Court of Justice, has affirmed that international law imposes binding duties on states to address climate change. So now we are no longer asking, we are no longer begging to be considered. The law is actually echoing that indeed human dignity through climate protection is actually a human right that needs to be protected, and that is binding. And most significantly, the court confirmed that the 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming limit, which was established under the Paris Agreement, is basically not merely aspirational, but ideally it is a legally binding target. And for Africa, which is warming faster than the global average, and I'm sure we are all, in one way or another, we have faced these consequences through the prolonged droughts, through the unpredictable weather patterns, through the floods, the flash floods that happen. And we acknowledge that indeed, as a continent, we are also not economically positioned to address these emerging challenges. We do not have the resources. We are basically struggling to, ensure that we protect and provide in the other areas. So ideally, this is an area that we are getting recognition in terms of the fact that we are suffering, yet we have contributed the least to this. And therefore, the element of safeguarding fundamental human capacities against the environmental threats comes out very clearly. And now we look at human rights implications of climate change in the African context. Again, these are issues that I have already aforementioned when we talk about the floods, when we talk about the influence and the threat that this has to the rights to food, rights to security, clean water, public health, and housing stability. And I'll give an example. For instance, with the rising temperatures and unpredictable rainfall patterns, which already undermine agricultural productivity across the country, across the continent actually, it is estimated by the IPCC, which is a scientific body of the United Nations, and this is acknowledged by and this is acknowledged by the court, that ideally this has led to about 50% reduction when it comes to productivity. So we also see an intersection between this advisory opinion and the recognition of intergenerational equity. From the inception, we are seeing that it is the young people who actually approached their governments and pushed for this case to be brought. In Africa, what makes us even more intrigued by this particular opinion is that our largest population are the young people, where we have a median of 19 years within Niger, and the lowest, I think, is 15 years, which is in Niger, sorry, yes. So the median age is actually 15 years. And you can imagine with a continent that is hugely populated by the young people, and environmental crisis, environmental degradation is something that would actually impact on the rights and the livelihoods, the dignity of the future generations. We also see this interlinked, like I said, with the IPLCs, which are the indigenous peoples and local communities, where they are losing their human dignity, they are losing their culture through loss of cultural land, through loss of, the change of environment is causing some of the cultural areas that they had, and they are losing this, and therefore this comes with an element that would require us to consider epistemic justice, basically to reconsider and respect, the diverse knowledge systems, rather than focusing only on Western scientific frameworks. So how do we ensure that we protect these indigenous communities so that they may also be able to sustain their ways of life? Allow me to cruise over this because I'm seeing with the time implications, I might be able to just jump to the last part. So we are seeing that there is an element of stewardship ethic that also emerges from the convergence of basically three sources of authority. One, we have legal mandates, which have been established by this court, the International Court of Justice. We also have moral commitments that have been derived from the diverse philosophical traditions. And there is a spiritual guidance which is articulated in Pope Francis's encyclical Laudato Si and followed by Laudato Deum, which basically calls for respectful and responsible care of the environment. While I highlight Laudato Si as an example, this stewardship principle resonates across diverse African spiritual and philosophical traditions that basically emphasize harmonious relationship with nature. And one of our Kenyan philosophers, John Beatty, actually goes ahead to observe this, and he brings in what he calls the Sasa and Zamani dimensions of existence, basically to put into perspective the present and the future generations and the implications, both legal, moral, and spiritual, that would be there when we talk about the loss of, the human and the loss of identity through to the climate crisis. So the path forward for Africa would basically lie in embracing what I would want to call an integrated approach to climate governance. And this one would, it is one that leverages this particular opinion to advance climate justice while promoting sustainable development that benefits Africa's people. So by embracing both legal and ethical mandates, Africa can lead a just transition to a sustainable future while demanding global accountability and climate harms. So I thank you for your attention and welcome. I thank you for your attention. And I must say that the 10 minutes made me really go through this very fast, but I would be more than willing to share the opinion or any nuggets of this opinion with anyone who would find this of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. From Sapuro. So let's give her a round of applause, please. Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you for that presentation. Certainly, you'll get engagement from these people presently and even moving forward after this. We have 2 seats, so allow me to invite Dr. Ann Mwiti. Kindly note your questions for the 3 presenters so far. Dr. Ann Mwiti, kindly take your seat. Karibu sana. May I also welcome, sorry, I should have called this one, Teresa Otieno. Welcome. Now these are the penultimate and ultimate presenters. So Teresa hata usiketi. So Teresa, she's going to talk to us about decolonizing environmental conservation, a philosophical defense of coexistence. She is from Consolata International University. Teresa, welcome to the podium and share with us your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Dr. And it is my pleasure to be here today as a former student of Consolata Institute of Philosophy, and also in honor of my late father, who was also a student at Consolata Institute of Philosophy and who also inspired me into this journey of philosophy. And to all the lecturers who taught me and who have journeyed with me, I am also really grateful that they have been part of my journey. I don't know if you have a copy of my slides. Maybe you can check the email. Sorry. Decolonization. Yes, it was sent. Decolonizing. Or maybe the next speaker can start, maybe as we check on that. Because I'm not seeing it there. Okay, so the title of my paper is Decolonizing Environmental Conservation, a Philosophical Defense of Coexistence. Now, the enduring legacies of colonialism continue to shape contemporary environmental governance, despite the formal attainment of sovereignty and independence by formerly colonized states. In the era of climate change, an existential and transnational crisis, humanity is confronted with profound challenges, and these include rising global temperatures and shifting weather patterns, melting polar ice caps, and sea levels rise. And has been clearly elaborated by the previous speaker, Brenda, this phenomena disproportionately burdens regions with historically diminished adaptive capacities, and that particularly refers to the African continent, where climate vulnerabilities intersect with structural inequalities which are rooted in colonial exploitation. And I want to refer to a famous song by Giuliani that was echoed during the Gen Z protests, where he sings, Nikonja tasiwezi karanga. Do you know it? Oh, hey, please sing with me. Oh, hey, ha, hey, shagala bagala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama mau yakitawala. Now, Giuliani talks in the context of hunger, but when we put this in the context of climate change, we can see how it already exacerbates the issues of food insecurity, water insecurity, and the fact that our economy depends depends on agriculture, and that contributes 33% to our GDP. So this paper explores the philosophical dimensions of decolonizing environmental conservation by revisiting the human rights deprivations of colonial regimes and situating them within present-day discourse on climate justice. And we critically examine the ethical imperatives for global solidarity, particularly in debates over adaptation and loss and damage financing. Currently, we have the COP30 going on in Brazil. And is any one of you aware of the theme that is currently being discussed at COP30? Yes, we are moving towards implementation of the Paris Agreement, and adaptation. And recently, the UN adaptation report, adaptation gap report, demonstrated that there is a minimum of 10% financing for African or for developing countries for climate adaptation. That already demonstrates to you that the West or the colonizing forces within the climate discourse do not think that it is worth financing adaptation, particularly for vulnerable countries and continents that have less moral obligation towards the climate change phenomena that we are currently experiencing. So while we look at dismantling this argument from a moral perspective, we are saying that African communitarianism and global ethical pluralism will advocate or help us advocate for an epistemic and institutional reorientation towards coexistence, so that we can develop a normative framework that will challenge these hierarchical paradigms of conservation that are rooted in exclusion and dispossession. Ultimately, we are arguing that by addressing these historical and moral failures of environmental colonialism, we demand a renewed ethic of planetary brotherhood, one that disrupts systemic supremacy and affirms that there is indeed a moral obligation for shared responsibility to safeguard both our ecological integrity and human dignity in the face of the climate collapse. Conservation in itself is meant to protect life, but historically it has been used to dispossess the most connected to the land. And if I can refer to the most recent cases, we have the Ngorongoro conservation area in Tanzania, where the Maasais in this community are being dispossessed of their land to create space for carbon projects and tourism projects that are apparently conservation centered and more caring towards the environment. Yet these communities have coexisted with the same nature throughout the centuries. So when we look at the colonial legacies in environmental conservation, we look at how this in the current context is manifesting through carbon markets, biodiversity offset projects, and external funding conditions that are created sometimes by international NGOs, which are gatekeepers of conservation aid. But when we look at it deeply as a philosophical problem, we see the aspects of human rights, nature, and domination, where human rights deprivations, such as forced displacement, exclusion, and erasure of traditional knowledge systems, which are foundational to the modern conservation state, are disputed. Therefore, climate change continues to perpetuate this injustice by reproducing unequal adaptation capacities. Nonetheless, we are able to decolonize this through ethical reorientation and using coexistence as our framework. Going back to our philosophy, Ubuntu, I am because we are, Harambe, which talks about collective action, and Utu, humanness. And these traditions have over time rejected the distinction between human and nature. We look at human dignity and ecosystem integrity as one and as whole. And going back to our metaphysics, where being is considered to be true, one, beautiful, then in this case, nature and humanity cannot be divorced. So in this case, we are encouraging communities to be custodians of conservation and recognizing that indigenous knowledge and people being connected with one another are essential for conservation. And this moves us towards global solidarity and justice, where the moral principle of solidarity will transcend borders. And climate change being a transnational issue, and the atmosphere being a collective resource, we are saying that this will demand ethical cooperation between the North and the South. Coexistence, therefore, will imply mutual recognition and equitable participation in decision-making. And we can see this in current environmental debates. Africa's moral voice is rising through the recently declared Nairobi Declaration and the African Climate Summit that brings African voices together to declare their moral claim for loss and damage under the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change. As we move towards more bringing a synthesis between nature and humanity, and saying that no to decolonization, colonization of environmental conservation, we are saying that there is need for more equity, reciprocity, pluralism, and ecological dignity. And we can see this happening in our communities, with the Maasai community who have conservancies, and within these conservancies, they aim to reaffirm the philosophical insights that we can coexist with nature and with one another. Therefore, we must challenge our epistemic foundations that create a dichotomy between nature and humanity, and also between the North and South, and state rather that our survival is bound together, because climate change does not know no boundary or no epistemic orientation. In the end, we can only conserve what it is that we have. Thank you.
So let's give her one round of applause. Thank you. And I think it is by default that the presenters happen to be a fair agenda. Now allow me then now to move away from philosophy, and we move to be very psychological now. And this is about the psychology of the deaf community. So allow me to invite Dr. Anne Mweti to talk to us about Beyond Silence, psychological suffering of the deaf community. And she is from Consolata International University. Dr. Anne, karibu, talk to us. Asante.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I
take this opportunity to express my gratitude, more so to stand before the philosophers. And in the morning we were reminded philosophy is the question of the why of the why. And for us psychologists, then we are asking, after the why, then we need to ask, this suffering, what about it? And how do we go about addressing the same? Now, beyond the silence, I would want us to take a journey through the exploration of the suffering among the deaf community. The deaf community, when we talk about the deaf, word deaf with small d, we are looking at the ontological condition, the ability to hear and the level of noise that one hears. But when we talk about deaf with capital D, we are looking at a community who have their own culture, including language and values. And deafness in itself is not the cause of the psychological distress. However, there are other things, for example, the social prejudice, language barriers, and systems that cannot be accessed. Okay. Let's go to the next. Next. Okay. As we said, the three things that are an issue in this community. One is the communication barrier. We have the way the society will look at our deaf and the systems, especially the access to education, health care, and also in employment. And that tells a lot, in as much as we may be looking at a group which is not the majority. Now, communication barriers. We are looking at language, and we know language development and all that. But think of a child who is born to hearing parents who do not know any sign language, and that child lives with them. One of the things that will get the child to suffer from day one is, for example, what we call dinner table syndrome. They are having dinner, all of them. The rest of them can hear. But this particular one will suffer even at that point because of the frustration and the isolation. They cannot share a joke. They cannot share the obvious things. And then, because of that frustration and consistency in their inability to communicate, you find a lot of anxiety and depression among people living in that silence. Now, identity and minority stress. These are people who live in a world of two categories. They are already deaf, and they live in a hearing society. A society who believes that hearing is superior to deafness. And that calls for challenges, because the society in the first place have already formed an opinion. If you cannot speak because you can't hear and talk, then you are inferior. Now, the systems also are the cause of the suffering. Now, in the education system, including where we are today, I wonder how many deaf are following us online. And even if they needed to, we lack a qualified interpreter and also accessible materials in academic settings. When we come to vocations, it's no better because the opportunities for employment are limited. And that also translates to financial status. And so, the stress persists. What of healthcare situations? In the hospitals, may not get many trained personnel who are competent, especially in sign language. And what does that lead to? Misdiagnosis, delayed treatments, and also poor outcomes. Now, when we look at that, how do all these manifest in suffering? And let's look at the holistic person who has the cognitive part, their emotional, their behavioral, and they also live and are expected to live. In terms of emotions, there is a lot of grief, sadness, and despair many times. Imagine of this person who is living in an environment where they are not included in the community activities because of the language. Sadness, always feeling incompetent because of their failure to communicate. And of course, getting to a level of despair because what is it that one is looking forward to? Now, the fear, anxiety, and panic. Remember, these are consistent. Anxiety, And looking at you, you are waiting for the next statement. So, one does not know what to expect next. If there are alarms around, I will not hear. And so there's a lot of anger, resentment among the group. Shame and guilt is also very obvious. And one feeling like they are abandoned to the family due to the communication needs. And in terms of cognition, there is a lot of poor self-perception that I'm worse than the rest of the persons. Inability to concentrate. For example, when you look at the amount of energy that one uses in lip reading, gestures, and facial expression, that strains one's brain. Behavioral manifestations, there is a lot of social isolation, self-harm, and suicidal ideations. And how do one cope then? There's a lot of use of substances and aggression. And it comes to the existential manifestation where one is wondering,
What am I for? Does life have meaning? And can I get to self-actualize? The spiritual distress, questioning God, especially on the situation where one is, and of course, the values that comes from the same. That being the case, then, what is it that we can do? Now, we are talking about a situation that was there. I don't think we have anyone who, whether the AI will, as they presented to us, we can decide the kind of children to have, whether we'll have some without deafness. And because this is something that is there, at least at the moment, then we need to ask ourselves, what is it that can be done to improve on the language, the tools that are necessary to do assessment, at the same time understanding the norms and the values of the deaf persons. And when we get to interventions that we need then, yes, we have a lot of psychological way of reaching out to those people, but then we need a lot of peer support and community programs that target the same, and focusing more on advocacy, especially on changes in to reduce stigma and such. In conclusion, suffering in the deaf community is a complex thing, and it is driven by the unique systemic factors. And there is an urgent need for culturally specific mental health and other services to address the same. And the earlier we recognize that this suffering is there, will be the first step towards providing compassionate and relevant treatment to reduce this type of suffering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Animwiti. So let's clap for her again, please. Thank you very much. I wanted them to remain there so that we may have a question for each one of them.
I've liked the presentation of all of them, and I would like to ask two presenters, that's Ms. Brenda. I think you know the situation of Kenya Pipeline and what happened in Makueni County. There was, I don't know which year, the spilling of oil, and so many families were affected. It affected the community there, I think part of Kibwezi, somewhere there. Then the locals there, they took that water because it's spilled, then it entered into a river. That river is used by people. They draw water from there, they take it, and also they give it to the animals. So many animals died. Some people were affected, even others died. That is, it really affected the climate, affected the people. Even up to now, they have not been compensated by the government. As this issue reached to international court of justice? That's the first question for you. The second one goes to Madam Anwiti about the issue of loss and grief and also suffering. Of late, we have been having so many challenges, especially with the young people. There are so many young people who are really suffering in our country. How are we going to address this issue? And it was also addressed in the morning by Professor Karori Bugwa about the suicide. They have suffered a lot. Others, they don't have jobs. Others, they have a lot of sufferings. How are we going to address this issue, especially among the youth members who have really suffered a lot? Thank you.
Okay. My question goes directly to the second presenter. And the question is, how can we balance individual freedom with societal responsibilities and constraints?
Thanks very much, all the presenters, and I've appreciated and enjoyed your presentation. My question is about Brenda, climate change. I followed the advisory opinion of that court. My question is, what is the interplay within this, between this advisory opinion and these powerful politicians and the superpower countries? President Trump, who is one of the powerful politicians in the world today, has dismissed summarily climate change, and he says it's a hoax, is a manipulation. And he withdrew from the Paris Accord, and I think the vice president was to come to Kenya, and he's not coming because Trump has stopped America from attending the climate, which is going in. Now, if you see this kind of superpowers and the advanced financing also, most of this, what is the connection between the enforcement of this advisory opinion on such superpower countries and us who are not even in the map or on the table? Thank you.
Thank you. What could be the possible solution to the accessibility problem that has proven to be the leading hindrance to knowledge acquisition by people who have physical, hearing, and visual impairment? This question goes to Dr. Ann. What could be the possible or best solution to the accessibility problem, which has proven to be the leading hindrance to knowledge acquisition by those suffering from physical, hearing, visual impairment.
Okay, thank you so much. I will answer the question of freedom, which was raised by one of the attendants. So here, when you look at freedom, freedom is the right or the power to act. But it does not mean that you should act in a wrong way, because when you look at the world today, people have misused freedom in such a way that when they say freedom, they begin to behave in a wrong way, especially when we talk about political freedom. When they say you have freedom, you can fight, you can protest for your right, but people tend to use that freedom in a wrong way. Which brings in a statement which was made by Isaiah Berlin, a Russian-British philosopher. Here, Isaiah Berlin tries to distinguish between negative liberty and positive liberty, in which he says negative liberty is interference into freedom, and here positive liberty is to look or to control one's life and achieve self-realization. Here the clear distinction between existential and the political freedom is that existential freedom deals with the inner freedom of ourselves, and the political freedom deals with the external reality. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'd first begin by thanking you for the questions. With the first question on Kenya pipeline and the oil spillage in Makueni, as you were asking that question, something so profound came to mind. The interconnection and the coexistence of nature. Because the thing about the environment is what happens here has consequences far and beyond just that ecosystem. Now, it is clear from what you explained that indeed that was an injustice. With regards to whether this is a matter that is before court, that is something that I would have to look into and maybe answer you once we meet outside these quarters. However, ideally, there was a climate and environmental injustice that definitely took place. And I think from that question, as philosophers, that is a point to re-emphasize the fact that nature it goes beyond you, the interconnection and coexistence. You can imagine from this one oil spillage, it had a whole effect on an entire ecosystem. The humans who are around there, the animals who drank from the river. So this is that element of coexistence. With regards to the beautiful question about power play and politics, I'm happy for my students who are here, because I always tell them that when you think about environmental ethics, you must also think about it in terms of power, in terms of politics, because for you to have any impact, you must know the ground within which you're playing. And I must tell you with a lot of pride that the ICJ is actually a game of the underdogs. It began with the countries that are considered, the global south. If you followed the proceedings, you would hear all the global north countries making arguments against this advisory opinion, because this advisory opinion does not favor them. It places them at a place where now they have to take action for the injustices that they have over years caused what we would call the less politically influential countries. So in terms of now the implication, in terms of how can we use this advisory opinion to our advantage, I'd begin by saying, and I hope from this COP we'll see some of these things, because initially our negotiators have been, in terms of diplomacy, our negotiators have basically been, it's out of the mercy, out of the sympathy of the global north. but now there is a legal binding obligation for them to actually take responsibility. So that places a higher bargain power. Aside from diplomacy, there is also the element of legality. The fact that now, for instance, the 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming point is no longer seen as something that is just persuasive, but now it has legal foundation. That means that we can now begin to start taking some of these corporations to court. We can now begin to seek compensation. And currently, the African Union has taken this up. There is a case that is ongoing in Arusha at the African Human Rights and People's Court, where now Africa wants to domesticate this international decision to within the continent, so that we can now begin to follow all the people, all the polluters who have caused us all this degradation that we are currently facing.
Okay, thank you. The first question was in regard to suffering among the youth. Yes, if you check the statistics to date, you realize that younger population are getting into that. And to the philosophers in the house, the question is, why is this? And why is it among that set of the population? Now, when you look at the reasons that are given, and please check in statistics, you find a lot of factors. One that I would focus on is that these are people who may not have grown enough to acquire sufficient emotional regulation skills. And they can't answer tough questions. The level of resilience may be low. And what I am seeing is that we need to ask ourselves first hard questions. What is it that can be done? Who can do it? And how can they do it? And one of the things is creating awareness. The world I don't think it's becoming any easier that jobs will be everywhere. But creating awareness is very, very important. Why am I feeling the way I'm feeling? Who can I connect with? And what can I connect with? Because that will empower that young person to know that there is a future, to know that they may not be the only ones going through that. And also to take mental health more seriously and at different levels, that the church can address that, the families can address that, various forums can address that. And when our voice is that loud, I like the statement in the morning, we are branches, we are leaves, we are the flowers of the same tree. Then it's easy to address our youth. The other question was on accessibility in terms of the persons living with hearing impairment. One of the things that we may need to focus on is advocacy to inform policy, because this is not a one-man's thing. And at the lower level, inclusion. Some of the conditions that the persons may be living with can be checked through medical interventions. Psychotherapy also can help for the person to gain awareness also on where they are. Spiritual inclusion. This time I'm finding a lot of persons living with impairment in churches and in other places, but you may be surprised. So many are still hidden. Now, at the family levels, you may find that the family themselves are not empowered even to talk on behalf of the persons. And worst of it is the language that the parents themselves do not know how to communicate with their own. And the grown-ups are even worse. It's so painful to get to a school for the deaf, and you find a young man who ought to have gone through some of the rite of passage, and the parents are not involved. And the ones they can do, one of the things they can do is to tell the teacher, oh, Mwalim, arrange for their circumcision. And then you wonder whose young adult is that. See, inclusion, very, very important. And inclusion at whichever level. And the biggest of it is the sign language. A language that we all need to understand in order to help them get the help. Thank you.
Okay, so let's give one applause to all of them. Thank you very much, our presenters. Please, you may now take your seat, as it were. So from this point onwards, then I turn it to the editorial team so that they may acknowledge and award certificates to our presenters. Thank you very much. So the editor-in-chief, Dr. Steve.
Thank you very much. In the case of Professor Mbai, who was please let us clap for him again. Reverend. Thank you so much. Reverend Dr. Gregory, you are still with me here. Please. So I will call this participant, then the DVC academics will issue them with these certificates. Dr. Ann Muiti, please come forward for your certificate. The next is Miss Teresa Otieno. Please come forward for your certificate. Now, the DVC, I can release you now. Let me have Dr. Patrick Asanga to come and issue these certificates to the following participants. Reverend Dr. Patrick Asanga. Reverend Dr. John Mundua, please come forward for your certificate. The next would be Jacob Oreki Kubasu. Come forward for your certificate. We had a poem that was presented by International Stars Poetry Club. Any person who participates around can come among the club members, please. Dr. Sanga, I will release you now. I release you now. May I call Reverend Father Marke to come forward and issue this certificate to the following participants. So I call upon Miss Brenda Reason Sapuro. Could you come forward and receive your certificate? Last but not least, Mr. Michael Wanyonyi Wekesa. Would you come forward for your certificate? Thank you forward, Dr. Marke. Reverend Dr. Marke, you can receive your seat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of this intellectual exercise. And I want to take this opportunity to give vote of thanks for those who have participated in one way or the other, and those who help us. First, we thank Professor Justus Mbai, who was our keynote speaker, for creating time to come and talk to us about this complex title, philosophical title. So thank you so much, Prof. And he has stayed for us all the way from the beginning to the end. Thank you so much. I would also want to thank the administration for facilitating this event and making sure that it is realized up to this end. So we thank the DVC Finance, the DVC Academics, and also, who is not with us here in absentia, Reverend Dr. Kabata, who is on the university activities somewhere else. We thank them for their coordination. We also want to thank the faculty of philosophy, School of Philosophy, for putting their minds together to make sure that this event has come to its realization. So we thank you, led by, again, Professor Justus Mbai and myself and Dr. Asanga, and also Reverend Dr. Gregory. Thank you so much. To the teaching staff who are here, I can see some of you. Dr. Pio is around. Thank you so much for, can this teaching staff just stand up a bit and wave to this crowd? The teaching staff who are around. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, thank you. Thank you. The next is a very crucial group, the non-teaching staff, who have made sure that these arrangements have been done well. We thank you so much. The non-teaching staff who are here, could you stand up, please? I can see Sister and Mary and the rest. Would you stand up and wave to the group? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would want also to thank the presenters. These guys, we have journeyed together. right from the formulation of the topic, development of the concept, and now they are on their final drafts. And you've seen they have done a fantastic job here. This is an intellectual exercise that have taken them a lot of time. Writing a paper, presenting it, it is not easy. And it is left to the philosophers. Thank you so much. Please clap for them. I want also to thank the Philosophy Club for facilitating this event and helping us in doing 1, 2, 3. Please clap for them. I would also want to thank the Pauline's sisters for airing this event. They have done a fantastic job. Would you clap for them, please? And to our guests, I can see the chair of Formata Formation Council, Father Cyrus Karuzdi. Please wave to the crowd a bit. Thank you, thank you. We have our guest who have come all the way from South Sudan, who is also the rector to Babitimo. He has traveled all the way from South Sudan to come and witness his student presenting. Please, would you stand and wave to the crowd? And of course, his sister is around, who have also traveled from South Sudan. So thank you so much. If I'm not forgetting anybody, or if I'm forgetting anybody, please forgive me. But thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Last but not least, the student. We thank you so much for your patience and for being with us all the way from the beginning up to now. We thank you so much for being with us. Please clap for yourself. So that will mark the end. We wish you well wherever you are going. May you travel safely.
Well, we apologize because we did not print the certificates of one of the presenters, and that is Innocent. So you're going to pick it from the office. So we apologize for that. Thank you.
Now, may I call the head of the student, the president, to come and lead us in the final word of prayer. Please come forward. This is the university president, the first president under our university. So we thank him so much. Please lead us in a prayer, please.
Thank you so much. I call the chair in charge of formaters to come and give us the final blessing after the prayer, please. Father Cyrus. We humbly arise. Preghiera nel nome del Padre, del Figlio e dello Spirito Santo. Amen. Signora della sapienza, ti ringraziamo per la luce del pensiero e per il dono del dialogo. Fa che le verità scoperte oggi ci guidino verso una vita più giusta, aperta alla comprensione e a ripenso di ogni essere umano. Illumina sempre le nostre menti e i nostri cuori nella ricerca del bene e della verità. Perché Cristo nostro Signore. Amen.
The Lord be with you. And may Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Our Lady Consolata, Saint Joseph Aramano, we go in peace.